Okay, ads just started. Still going for like 2 minutes, 30 seconds. This feels like a bad time to turn the webcam on and the mic on, but also I shouldn't wait any longer than this. We're like fucking 6 minutes into the stream already. Damn. I'll reintroduce myself once the ad is over. Make yourself heard in chat if you can, if the ads are not fucking affecting you, if you're not being ad cucked. Raph, what up? Applock gang, nice. Gonna wait this ad out and then we're gonna kick things off. Yes, yes, yes. We got some funny stuff in the pipeline today. You can see my today's Walmart order. Maybe my last one. For the duration of my stay in America. This might be the last Walmart order. Oh, actually I should double check, wait. So, the thing I really needed was this entire box of granola bars. And the reason is that, I'm gonna be inside a bus for like 30 hours with very few breaks. Erdor, what up? And I was like thinking, okay, what's the most realistic food to fucking hold myself over for those 30 hours? And the granola bars, they seem like the best option. Yeah, I have a whole system for that, Erdor. I came up with a little method. Oh yeah. Yeah, I saw this like earlier this morning. Pretty cool. Yeah, that's the plan. So, yeah, we're gonna start some shit with some British people today. 21 degrees Celsius. Do you also use Celsius, Erdor? That's the thing, like, I have not been able to talk about the weather with the Americans, because, like, Canada uses Celsius, okay. Maybe I should move to Canada. So, yeah, I just know that it's like a lost cause trying to get used to fucking Fahrenheit, right? At this point, I don't know what's hot. I mean, I have a little AC control thing. And like, I know, okay, 60 is like sort of in the middle. 60 is like sort of normal temperature. Right now I have it like on 45. I just do by feel. Okay guys, a little bit of housekeeping first. I need to make like a full update on this on YouTube, but actually wait. So very first thing is I made a VODs channel. You can catch up on past streams now. It's just Ziad VODs. You can see, wait. Yeah. The playlist says 11 videos, but they're hidden because like Haven't posted them yet. I'm gonna do like daily rollout. So subscribe to that if that's something you want to see. I do plan. I do plan on what the fuck? What's the word? I do plan on fucking doing stream highlights on my main YouTube. So where I just cut together the VODs into like digestible episodes. Not one for every VOD, but like I'm thinking maybe I'll do 3 big episodes. Like, okay, this is my 7R saga. Thank you, Raf. Anything to make me famous. Wait, I'm just remembering something. Can I paste? Okay. Put that over here. There we go. Okay. So that's the first thing. Yeah, just type into YouTube, fucking youtube.com/@ZiadVods, and then @ZiadBruh is the main channel. Oh. Let me turn that off for now. Okay. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, you may see I still have a little donation goal in the top right. Now that's the game in there, Final Fantasy 1, that's not fixed. That's the first thing I thought of. I thought of another couple funny games. I made a little poll for that on Twitter. Feel free to participate on that. Got like a surprising amount of activity. And right now Dark Souls 2 is winning. I don't know if I were to do it, I don't know if I should do Scholar or Vanilla. Huh. The thing is, StarCraft is the one game on this list that I want to play genuinely. And I also thought, well, it happens to be, like, funny, because, like, it's such an well, it's not anti-Zia, necessarily, it's just, like, literally, it's not a genre that I have any familiarity with. So, yeah. Today, the agenda, the main thing that brought us here is that, yeah, Mark Brown, Game Maker Still Good, he released this list of 100 games that taught him game design. Now, I want to be clear, right? I'm being a funny guy by saying, ooh, we're going to start a war with the UK, World War III, huh? I'm going to roast them so hard, I'm going to roast the Brits, I want to make clear, I'm very anti, like, being unnecessarily fucking condescending toward other creators. When literally they're just minding their fucking business and they're doing fun little videos, right? They're not harming anybody. I think it's really weird how the internet sort of gives people license to just, like, I know a lot of it is in jest and not that serious, but I'm really not that into, yeah, just this very clearly condescending tone towards someone who, like, actually put themselves out there, yeah. I think if you want to say something constructive, you should say it to them directly, right? Yes, Raph, that's exactly what I was like. Yeah. So obviously I'm packaging this in like a funny meme way, but I don't intend to actually roast him. I want this to just be fun and like interesting. And well, the thing is, I do have a lot of sort of question marks with this list. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. We're not gonna watch it live. What I did is he posted the list on Backlogged. You can see this over here, and I just copy and pasted that shit into like the notes app. So we're gonna go through the list of games, and maybe we're gonna cite the video. We're gonna reference the video if we need like context for what the fuck he said. I think one of the Portals was on it. Maybe Portal 1. Things at first I didn't realize what the fucking order was, and then someone told me, oh, it's supposed. I think Kevin told me like when I was in LA with him, it's chronological. For some reason, it didn't feel like it's chronological when I was watching it. But yeah. So that was the main point on the agenda. But then I realized, oh shit. There's a new gaming Brit video. And he's also British. So you know what? That's like a funny framing. Ryan, what up? That's like funny framing. Like I've seen like a bunch of my friends like already tear this video to pieces. So I feel like that would be like funny to react to. So that's what we're gonna start with. Probably not much gaming today. Maybe, I mean, the one game I have sort of queued up is Animal Well. I could pull that up pretty fast. But I feel like this will keep us busy for a while. If somehow we run out of steam early on, I guess I'll boot up Animal Well, but yeah. I think it's funny, like, one stream that I did on YouTube back in the day that got an insane amount of activity was, like, action game tier list. I feel like that kind of shit always works. That kind of bait. Rain World is not very similar. It's very different, but they look kind of similar. It's very different games. But Rain World is fucking awesome. And Animal is pretty cool. I like it so far. It's probably, well, my favorite game of the year so far is probably Tekken. And then after that, maybe Animal, yeah. Okay. My fave is, what's Raf's favorite game? Gravity Rush 2. I feel like Gravity Rush 2 is like, to you is what Crackdown is to me. But I feel like Crackdown was better. Fate of Fury, ooh, yeah, I'm like, see, that's the thing. Timing-wise, it's gonna be the first SNK, like, it's gonna be like, with Strive and with SF6, where the timing just works out in a way where, okay, they have to do crossplay and they have to have rollback from launch, right? So, that's cool. I'll also say my roommate is not home at all. Like, he's gone for at least a week. Not to shit on my roommate, but, like, this is so awesome. Like, I just don't have to worry about, like, whether I can stream or not. Okay, let's get into it. I don't know what's gonna happen if I full screen. Okay, it worked. Cool. Let's turn the music down. Again, for those who just joined us, this is the latest gaming Brit video. Klonoa versus Knights, or Knights versus Klonoa, depending on your sexual preference. I got some, like, streaks on my monitor. I don't know, is it like just a light? I don't fucking know. Okay. Let me turn that on.
Mid-90s Sega is often criticized for their hubris. After a solid few years, they slowly lost consumer trust by releasing too much hardware without the quality games to justify them. And if there's any game that the moment you start playing feels like it was made by self-indulgent egomaniacs who think they can get away with anything, it has to be Sega's '96 Saturn title Nights into Dreams. What? And that's okay. Wait, no, it's not okay. You start wandering around as this child in a dream who gets the snot kicked out of him, and then you walk to a podium and take control of a jester who you start flip-flopping around as, grabbing weird sparkly bits. The gameplay of Knights is actually pretty straightforward, but the game's total disinterest in explaining itself properly for no real reason, while also smacking you on the head, is tremendously obnoxious. This jester, Knights, as a character, feels like a persona
I'll say, so we played this at Ryan's place over the weekend. And I was already like seeing the vision because I had people like explain it to me beforehand, right? Like our good friend Pang. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, whenever I messed with it, I was like, this is sort of cool, but I don't get this game at all, right? Um, Even then, we sort of agreed that, yeah, this game doesn't explain shit at all. So that is fair, I guess. But he does frame it like very negatively, rather than, yeah, this is just how arcade games kind of were, you know? What's up, Hot Pocket? Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I feel like it's maybe a little disingenuous to say that this is unique to this game or unique to Sega. Um, I guess like Knights specific. Well, maybe Knights is a little more. You can sort of just dick around and not know what the fuck you're doing, right? In that sense, it is a little unique. It also has a manual. Yeah, that's true. I think that's like really. I think conveyance is really difficult to judge with old games in general because like I think if you want to say anything critically, you have to seek out the manual. Like you have to actually double check that shit to be like thorough. Okay.
Personification of mid-90s Sega. Of course, Sega's latest mascot has to be an omnipotent wizard who expects you to be in awe of them. A flawless, whimsical entertainer who smiles at the player, expectantly awaiting applause before having done anything to really earn it. When I think of Knights, though, I can't help but also think of another 2.5D dream traveler from the 90s, Klonoa, from Klonoa Door to Phantomile, the Namco platformer, released just a year after Knights.
This is just veiled like Sony bias. You know, like Charlie was a PlayStation kid. We all know this. Like it's been known. I think this is like part of like an elaborate bit. Daughter Phantom.
Klonoa is a dream traveler, but he isn't a tall, slender, all-powerful jester, but a small little guy. He has an appealing design and has powers others around him don't, but the journey he goes on is a struggle, fraught with different emotions. He even has to strain himself to make certain jumps. He is framed as small and outmatched by the nightmare-themed enemies around him, and that shifts the dynamic relative to something like Knights. His small, low status makes you feel in awe of the dreamlike world around you, while Knights expects you to be in awe of him, cheapening the dream world around him. It's not terribly satisfying to see him overcome things either. Into Dreams, though, isn't oblivious to the fact that having an unaffected dream deity guy fly around abstract dream worlds doesn't give the player much to grab onto or relate to, so if you run out of time, you'll be knocked back to playing as a dreaming child who you couldn't possibly begin to care about. Both playable kids are introduced in a title screen FMV where they're dealing with some mundane real-life problem. In a way, the playable characters of Knights give us the worst of both worlds. Bland human kids, straight out of a drug PSA from the 80s on one side, and a completely unknowable, unrelatable trickster spirit on the other. Klonoa, I think, strikes the right balance by kind of combining both types of characters. He's, on the one hand, an otherworldly creature.
Charlie cares too much about fucking theming. I'm sorry. Like he just, dude, it's a fucking Sega arcade game. Like he actually, I feel like he has said this. Like he can't really get attached to a game unless it has that element. Unless it's like a cohesive fucking body of work, kind of. And like, I think I get this conceptually, but I think it's sort of you're holding yourself back a little bit. This is why themes are a scam. You're holding yourself back a little bit. Like you're definitely reducing your palette a lot. There's so many games you will just never be into because if that's your mentality. And like, I mean, it's silly that I'm saying that. Like, because like I'm saying, oh, just have different taste. Like that's a dumb thing to say. I realize that, but like I don't know. Like I I mean, like I think this goes into the whole discussion of like how do you react to shit in general, right? Is your opinion on art just your raw reaction to it? Or is there a level of like, I'm thinking about it and like, is there a level of gaslighting? Maybe you're gaslighting yourself into liking something or not liking something. I feel like I gaslit myself into being meh on Metroid Dread. That's a classic example for me. Um, Cause like I was actually having a fucking great time when I was playing it, but like I was constantly thinking, well, it's not like Super Metroid. You know, it's like kind of fake level design. An arbitrary intellectual metric. You mean that? Oh, you mean what Charlie is like complaining about? I feel like I don't know if it's that. I think it's genuinely just his taste. You know, I feel like that's genuinely just how he reacts to games. And like, I mean, maybe okay, maybe he's cold on nights, and then he has to justify it. Yeah. So that's probably what's going on. It is interesting. Like that's it's interesting to think out just how humans kind of work. You know?
Of sorts with powers, but he's also a young, wide-eyed character with much to discover about the world around him, with who players can identify with. Klonoa can be surprised and feel daunted about things, and
Because like the thing is, everything he's saying is true, but I would also say, well, that flavor of analysis kind of misses the point, and like you're barring yourself from seeing the good shit in Knights. I think I don't know. I think DMC4 is a game that he's like conflicted about. I think DMC3. DMC3 is a classic Charlie game. You know. I can take theming if it's in a Ludo way. The fucking use of the word Ludo is like it's like top tier abusive language.
have relationships
Huh. Okay, that's interesting.
that need protecting. No matter the protagonist, though, there's no getting around how artificial the worlds of Knights feel. When playing as the kids, the pop-in is so bad you can clearly see the boundaries of the world, making it clear that you're in like a square cube, like a themed playground being undermined by the motorway visible from the swing set. Klonoa's levels don't have such visible seams. They feel like sprawling, unknowable places that stretch out beyond where the player can see. Not that conceptually I think levels like Soft Museum would have been something to write home about, no matter how it was drawn, and I've also never really understood the appeal of the desert levels with nasty metal scaffolding all over the place. Sega was so into at the time either, cropping up in Knights and in the 3D Sonic games that would follow it. There's an argument to be made that there's not much point comparing the levels in Knights to those in Klonoa beyond a certain extent. Klonoa is a game that doesn't mind if you take your time, and often lets its levels breathe, calming, evocative music playing.
Yeah. Is there something about the Mario 64 comment? By the way, I'm just realizing I have this like chat widget installed, and like I forgot to like you have to like flip it on and like off and on basically when you start OBS. It's like super stupid. Wait, let me do that real quick so that I can put messages on stream if I want to. Bam. Wait. Bam. Turn this off. Go to this window. Turn it back on. Okay, guys, you can start posting again. Okay. Oh.
And Knights is a score attack game that demands you get a high score as fast as possible. Complaining that Knights doesn't let you sit on a terrace and soak up the night sky like Klonoa would be to criticize its core concept. But maybe it deserves that a little too. Did Sega need another fast-paced 2D game?
I was about to give him credit, like, hey man, you're a little self-aware, and now you're like, oh well, Sega be making too many arcade games actually. Why aren't they making I don't know, man. I'll let him finish his point. But
With a focus on memorization, with a different setting and lead, when they already had Sonic. One that, despite its whimsical, dreamlike style,
they're like not the same thing. They're not the same thing at all, brother. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, that is true.
protagonist is almost more insistent and hectic than cheeky Sonic's gameplay was in his original titles. I'm probably not the first person to make the argument that Sega's heavy focus on arcade-style timed score attack titles all the way up to the early 2000s is why they started to lose their high position in the game market. Even with a few exceptions sprinkled in here and there, that lack of variety must have turned some people away.
See, that is true, but I feel like that is not the type of argument he would usually make. You know, like, like why is that the barometer for like, ooh, like should this game exist or not? That like I mean I get like I say this about Rebirth and shit all the time. The Final Fantasy VII remake games, they're like clearly they're actually for a very specific niche audience, and they're not hitting with a wider array of people. Which, like, that's the thing. If I'm honest, I don't think that's a strong argument from my side, right? I'm just saying that to be like funny, but eh, eh, eh. So pissed RPG don't crawl to offset.
The game design often feels at odds with the idea of the game conceptually, like how it's trying to be this moon logic game where you have to intuit what even things are, but also there are big signs saying this way to level 2. Nothing more dreamlike than that. So yeah, Knights is a score attack game, where you have to collect enough items as quickly as possible in a looping course within a time limit. The more laps you do before the time runs out, the more items you can pick up. Klonoa is a level-based platformer where you have to reach the end of the level but at your leisure, with optional items to pick up along the way that can unlock different bonuses. What makes collecting stuff fast hard in Knights is that in a 2D perspective, the player can't see where they're going, so you either have to react inhumanly fast or memorize the courses. This game would be a whole lot easier and potentially fairer if the camera faced where Knights is looking, like it does in certain parts of the levels. Now look, challenge in all games is dependent on how the game limits the player. Maybe the 2D...
This point, I can't really judge it without playing it more. I think I'm gonna have to play the game more before I can say if that's stupid. Maybe the Knights heads can chime in a little bit.
Perspective here was always intended to fill the role of that limitation, or maybe they realized how awful the game would look if the camera was facing forward. The pop-in is evident here one of the few times it does that. Either way though, there's something that feels kind of arbitrary about how Knights limits your visibility within a space that is technically 3D. Klonoa is the opposite. You have to capture and aim enemies in different directions to perform attacks and higher jumps. Something that in a fully 3D space would actually be much harder to do with precision if your shooting directions expanded from a mere 5 to a whole 360 degrees worth of angles. The game being 2D is giving you the best tools for the job. Knights gives you a simple task and then limits you by stacking the deck against you, while Klonoa comes across as more intuitive by giving you more complex tasks, but without it feeling like information is being overtly held back from the player. Knights has more going.
I think saying it's more complex tasks, that's a little... The thing is, number one, I don't think that's true intuitively. Intuitively, I would not say that it's more complex. But I can't really justify it because I haven't played Knights enough. But also, he didn't really justify how it's more complex. So...
going on the screen at a given moment, but it doesn't benefit the gameplay. Klonoa's cleaner look makes the game easier to read, and it's probably what helped it run at double the frame rate compared to Knights. Of course, Klonoa also makes better use of the 0.5 and the 2.5D style, by letting the player very directly interact with elements within and without the screen. While in Knights, this aspect of the presentation feels fairly cosmetic. Sometimes you can see things on the side of the screen that are going to appear later down the course, but the tracks weave around so chaotically.
this is such a funny video conceptually, because like literally this would only interest my specific bubble of friends. This is such a, like, nobody else would be emotional about this.
rarely found it helpful in any meaningful way. The only times it feels like significantly more than a cosmetic flourish is in some of the boss fights, where the player can anticipate the boss's moves in some way by letting you see where they are in the 3D space. This in no way helps the bosses be very good though.
I mean, even the Knights heads say this, so...
Instead, you're thrown into an arena with a bomb about to go off and have to figure out what Knights needs to be flung into and how he has to be flung into it before the timer hits 0. If you don't succeed in time, you have to redo the whole previous level again, and only being given one attempt at that comes off as a way to pad the game out. Especially egregious.
Yeah.
Fights like the mouse fireworks fight, where you have to realize quick your focus should be on the fireworks and not the boss. It's an inversion of the core gameplay too, because while the main levels want you to maximize every second and stay in the level to get points as long as you can, here the more time left before you beat them the better. This is all in stark contrast to Klonoa, where the bosses feel like a very natural extension of the core gameplay of using grabbed foes to jump and attack, with on a different application for that mechanic, all of them putting their own spin on it.
Ryan, you have to consider, like, the majority of his audience, they don't realize that it's an L, you know? Like, it's only us freaks.
Something Knights doesn't do outside of bosses, and it makes them feel like they're here out of obligation, rather than to test the player in any learned skill. I will say Knights isn't devoid of well-directed moments. There's one in the final level I thought was quite good. Skip ahead on the progress bar if you don't want to see it. In the final stage, Knights is incapacitated and you can't activate him as the child. You're left with no options but to start messing around, and some balloons flying up in the air may give you the wild idea to try riding the current up to Knights. If you jump off this platform though, your kid immediately plummets like a rock. The game lingers on the fall just long enough to make you think this is a fail state. A quite shocking fail state. You don't anticipate that a game this lighthearted and jovial would show a real kid falling to their death as a possible outcome, until it's revealed to be a psych out, where the kid flies back up and you're now in control.
Oh shit, that's cool.
Of the powers of Knights.
See, if I'd actually finished the game, then maybe I should play Knights today, actually, instead of Animal.
Why can he do this now? Well, you have to just fill in the blanks there. It's the final level and the child has pulled the resolve out of the hat. It's an effective moment, but it's sort of the only moment. It's not really built up to in any way, in a way that could have taken it from good to stunning. It's a moment that sort of exists in isolation. After that, the kids stop the evil wizard and win the basketball game or whatever. Meanwhile, Klonoa drips with emotion and feeling from the second you put the disc in.
He's right with that.
Make the game quote-unquote dreamlike with a bunch of random stuff coming at you and soft museum. The dreamlike nature of Klonoa is communicated with this ever-present bittersweet melancholic mood that underlines the fleeting nature of dreams by making the player experience really significant losses.
That's the thing. Klonoa's pacing is so awesome if you skip the cutscenes.
It's about coming to terms with loss and things out of your control and making the most of it. And that is the perfect theme to focus on when dealing with dreams, worlds that come and go and can never be yours. You can hear more about how those moments are constructed in my Klonoa videos, especially the one I did on the second game, which I'd recommend watching after having beaten both Klonoa titles. Knights doesn't seem to be about much of anything, and a fun little game doesn't necessarily have to be, but its attempts to wear the aesthetic of something with meaning at times is what annoys me a little. You get the sense the game wants to be praised for its world and vision and ideas, but gives you the most boilerplate material. Children breaking through purgatory worlds so they can go win the singing competition. Elegant knights can...
I just don't know why you're so mean to Knights. Like, it's just...
Negative people in our life are like ghouly monsters we need to overcome. It's like a checklist of very basic, empty gestures towards meaning.
It's just so funny. Like, all of that is true, but like, how did this game hurt you? You know?
To convey emotion and meaning, just lowers your opinion of something like Night. A few cutscenes that are here feel like wasted air compared to the effort Klonoa puts into building up to its most emotional beats. Dreams may seem like an easy setting to put your game in. After all,
Soft museum.
or non-Euclidean is acceptably dreamy, right? But I don't agree. Do people really have dreams that are just total random chaotic nonsense? Like the places in Nights? Is that really dreamlike? You know, I'm talking about dreams where substances weren't involved. Perhaps it seems mean to be so critical to Nights today, when the franchise has become as niche as it gets. But let's not forget this wasn't pitched at the time as some niche game for enthusiasts, but the next flagship game of one of the main console manufacturers of its day. I'm honestly doing Nights a favor by comparing it to a 2.5D contemporary developed by a third party, because that isn't what people were doing when Nights came out. They were comparing it to its actual rivals, the other console's big mascots of the day, and the comparison wasn't flattering for Sega. You can argue Klonoa never founded some great franchise empire either, but at least it inspired one of the greatest sequels of all time, and that's better than a lot of games get. A kind of this-will-do energy radiates from it. We're top dog, whatever, people will respect this.
You're saying Knights didn't inspire a great sequel? If you know, you know.
The loose controls can be mastered, the tracks can be memorized, and you can enact these perfect runs that will reward you with high ranks. But, you know, the same could be said of DMC2, so I guess that actually doesn't mean anything. But, you know, the same could be said of DMC.
Dude, he's so insane for this. What the, dude, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, man?
So I guess that actually doesn't mean anything by itself. You know, it sounds good though, doesn't it? Something unfortunate is that despite giving the player no guidance at the start, maybe in an attempt to avoid having some tutorial or slow ramp up that you'd have to do, Night still has so many traffic cones set up.
DAS Commander, what like do you know about Opposite Winter? That's so funny. Oh my god. Dude, our community is so fucking insular, it's so crazy.
The core gameplay of acrobatically doing loops and getting points, whether it be the sloppy bosses or the big run-ending punishments for certain mistakes, like gliding just off the mark and being flung into the waste time-o-matic 3000 over here. It's a shame the no tutorial, no hand-holding thing doesn't pan out, because...
Oh, Satanic Rhapsody, what's up?
Having that game ramp up a little faster in Challenge would suit me better nearly 3 decades later. The interesting concept at the core of Nights, essentially, what if a Sonic course had you try and complete a single level as many times as possible in a allotted time, seems to have been conceived, and then everything else is haphazard and undercooked. From the rest of the gameplay, the setting, the story. Klonoa has a cool core gameplay concept, but its implementation and everything around it is thought out and polished too. From how mechanics are introduced, to the feel of the game, to the story and theme.
See,
in contrast to Nights, it has
was he saying it's hard? I don't think he was saying that. I think he just means like, yeah, it's like a cohesive work, you know, and that's why I like it. The thing is, like, I feel like don't let this video inspire reactionary takes against Klonoa, okay? like, come on, y'all. Like, let's not do that. Like, my response is, why make two kings fight? My response is, ¿por qué no los das? Yeah, that's my response to that.
this going all out energy.
¿Por qué no los das?
It's also a short game, but it feels meaty. I mean, it has a multi-stage final boss, instead of it just clocking out after 30 seconds. Every aspect of the game comes across as a statement of intent to stand out with both originality and quality. A quality that holds up years later beyond the appeal of the intangible mid-90s gaming mood the titles offer. It's a mood I'm usually a sucker for. But if you ask me who I want to be all these years later, rather than the jester,
Ryan, can I reveal something? Ryan told me... Wait, I need to replay that. I was talking over it. I didn't hear what he said. But, like, Ryan told me, like, yeah, Bayonetta actually does have a good scoring system. I just don't want to fight about it with Raph.
years later,
It's like, I was so happy in that moment. Oh. I guess like if it was the level of difficulty. Yeah, I mean, no, I can still see what he means. Like if it was the level of difficulty, if it's like a final couple levels for most of the game, then yeah, I think that's a fair point. Like yeah, I do think it gets slightly more challenging. Uh, it seems sort of bad, yeah.
Food I'm usually a sucker for. But if you ask me who I want to be all these years later, rather than the jester, I choose the king.
Alright, I don't know about this video. This video feels like very, I mean, I guess he does what we all do, whereas like we have our specific taste, right? And we think that shit is the best. And he will just make the most ridiculous arguments to like support that fucking perspective. Backlog core, so I love it. No, you fucking don't. Shut up. Okay. Hello, everybody. We're at 12 viewers. Hello. Make yourself heard if you just joined. We just finished this gaming bit video. I mean, yeah, I feel like the thing is, he doesn't even really critique the mechanics of Knights, right, at all, very much. Other than it being, like, very obtuse and, like, kind of unfair in some spots, which may or may not be fair. I haven't played enough to really judge it. I reach on. You're so awesome for that. So I just feel like it's not really fair to the game to like to not actually analyze it like on its actual merit, which is as an arcade game, as a score chasing fucking game, you know? Like spending 50 minutes on just saying, yeah, it's not a cohesive fucking body of work like fucking Konoha is like I could have told you that without playing either game. Yeah. And without making video. So I think it's a kind of a strange video. Like if the overall point is like, yeah, this is why Sega fell behind, it's like, then I'm like, well, I don't think it's a good thing that Sega fell behind. I don't think it's a good thing that like we have this expectation that every game needs to be like this epic adventure and stuff. I don't think that's a good thing. I think there should be more room for variety. I think there should be room for pure arcade experiences that like that don't have to be ooh thematic and shit, you know? So I don't. If that's the point, I don't think that's a great point. That's my 2 cents. Fucking somebody at Charlie on Twitter. Somebody clip this at Charlie on Twitter, on Instagram, whatever he uses. I'm up to get into a fight. You know, that's fine. But again, I don't want to be mean or disrespectful. That's not the goal of this. I ask y'all to be respectful. Thank you. Okay. Next thing on the agenda, let me turn the music back on. Is gonna be the Mark Brown 100 games list. I would empathize with the video more if it was compared to another arcade game. Yeah, the thing is, I feel like the comparison to something like R4 would be more warranted. You know, because then it's like, okay, well, it's a arcadey, fast-paced game with like some interesting mechanics and whatever, but also it feels like this super cohesive thing. Or like Ketsui or some shit, right? Like I feel like that makes a little more sense. Yeah. Reactivating, I don't know, I'll probably feel the same way with Clone either way regardless. Appreciate the vibes. Most 2D platformers. The exception is Rain World. Actually, wait. Let me turn the music off. Let me play the intro of the Mark Brown video so y'all have some context. It's like 2 minutes. And then we'll get into like ranking the list. Oh, Zach, what up?
For the last 10 years, Game Maker's Toolkit has operated on a pretty simple principle, that one of the best ways to learn about game design is to just play a bunch of video games.
He's right about that.
And introduce us to new mechanics and systems.
And see, the thing is, the reason this topic interests me actually is because, you know, I went to gamer school and nobody fucking plays games, you know? Like, I hate to be like elitist about it and be like, literacy, blah, 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 blah. But I do think it's important, you know, and like I do think I just do anecdotally know a lot of people entering the games industry that they have their couple games that they like, and that's what inspired them, but they don't really have a wider view of the history of the medium. And I do think that is helpful to have that, right? Not saying that in like a gatekeeping way, just in a sense, in the sense that like, yeah, this will benefit you, you know, this will benefit you. Oh, Zach, the video we just reacted to was from the gaming Brit. Björn, what up? Oh, so it's very late in Germany, but that's not gonna stop you. Björn, have you seen the new gaming Brit video? Because we just reacted to that and we all came to the conclusion that like I don't know, overworking myself as always.
Fundamental game design concepts like feedback loops and input and output randomness. And games can act as a handy reference point when discussing game ideas with other game designers. But there are a lot of video games out there. Across more than 50 years of video game history, there have been hundreds of thousands.
You already don't like this video, why not?
Different genres and eras and
again, I need to ask everybody.
And so, if you were going to play some games to learn about game
respect, no condescension. Yeah.
So that's what this.
Be kind to others.
I've picked the 100
feedback loops
that most helped me.
Well,
to understand.
I mean, he just says feedback loops are a thing that exists. He's not saying they're good or bad. Like, I don't know. Like, objectively, feedback loops are a thing that exists. You know, like, I don't know.
Design. These are the games that leveled up my game design literacy.
Y'all need to be. I thought I was. Everybody tells me I'm so cynical. Every time, yeah, you're so cynical. Oh, yeah, everything. Blah, blah, blah. Like, y'all need to be less cynical, okay? Be nicer to your fellow humans. I know they're British. Okay, I know it's hard. I know.
And opened my eyes to what this medium can do. And so, this is not a list of the 100 greatest games ever made, though I would recommend pretty much all of the games on this list. And it's not a list of the 100 most.
He said pretty much to exclude Vampire Survivors. He did actually want to put that on there.
Important or influential games ever made, though you will pick up some history lessons along the way. A list of the 100 games that most helped me to learn about game design, which is to say, this is unapologetically my list. While I got some outside help to narrow down the candidates, the final list of games is all me, to reflect the games that most helped me on my journey. So this list is missing entire genres. Two Zelda games on this list, and that was me showing restraint. For each game, I'll try to focus on just one aspect that I think makes it worth playing, but you'll need to play the game for yourself to get the full effect. To that point, I've noted where the game is available to buy digitally.
Exactly, Habaka. That is his justification as well. Like, it was very clear that like he doesn't really. He's maybe sort of ambivalent about Vampire Survivors, but he included it because it's like it is compelling that the game is so addictive while being literally like a total nothing burger. Yeah, that is like intellectually interesting, right? And that's why he included it. So that's why I'm being a little cheeky, but like that, I see the merit or I see the logic behind including it. Well, I'll play the section in a second, then I'll explain my thoughts on it fully. Dude, Monroe is a monster. That's crazy, dude. That shit was tilting me so hard. Holy shit. How is he so good at this game? That's funny.
On PC, Xbox, PlayStation, or Switch. But sadly, due to the sorry state of video game preservation, some older titles are just impossible to get digitally. So in those instances, you'll either have to do the legwork to seek out a physical copy of the game and maybe an old console, or use the alternatives I suggest to play something somewhat similar. With all that being said, let's jump in. I'm Mark Brown, and this is the 100 games that taught me about game design.
These are the 100 games. Okay. Beat it up. Beat it up. I'm Odie in Paris. I'm Odie in France. I thought that I told you I need the advance.
But what if we simplify it? Boil it down to its purest essence. Well, then we get...
Well, I mean, Rhapsody, he has to say that, you know? He has like the sort of the, dude, there's a word in German, there's no equivalent in English, but like, you know, he's supposed to be like a professional fucking guy that like professional people like cite and shit. He like gives lectures and all that shit, you know, like it makes sense that he wouldn't just encourage piracy. Yeah. Like, the thing is, I agree. I think piracy is, like, super important way to, like, access games, but, like, you know, like, you gotta be a little realistic. It's actually way better than Diablo. You know what? That's probably true.
Vampire Survivors. In this game, the character automatically attacks, and so all you have to do is navigate near to enemies and wait for them to die. Killing enemies nets experience points, which can be spent on new or more powerful attacks. Some attacks can also power each other up, creating synergistic combos that do more damage. And that's kinda it. You just wiggle around and watch enemies die, and yet it's hard to put down. Like, really hard. So by taking the most potent bits from Diablo, Geometry Wars, Cookie Clicker, and Slay the Spire, we get a game that can hold players in a powerful, vice-like grip. Is that good? That's up to you, but Vampire Survivors holds lots of lessons about how to keep players engaged. The game is available on all 4 platforms.
Okay, so my problem with this section, and like I felt this a couple times throughout the video, that if I were a betting man, if I were to bet on it, I don't get the sense that he actually appreciates this type of design on a personal level, right? I could be wrong, but like that's sort of my read on it. But he chooses to be sort of neutral on it because he doesn't want to be prescriptive about game design, right? If y'all recall, there was this video. There was this video that he made a couple years ago about roguelikes. Do I not know how to spell? Oh, wait. What the fuck did I... Where did I misspell that shit? I don't know. So, I think this was the one. This is actually the second time he uploaded this video. On the first upload, he said, yeah, I don't really like the shit in Hades or in Rogue Legacy, where the game just gets easier over time. I feel like that cheapens the entire experience, right? He said all of that, and then he got a lot of pushback, and then he changed the video to be a little more neutral on it. And ever since, he's been a little bit of a fence sitter, you know? His whole thing now is that he doesn't want to be prescriptive of game design. And I think, also, Oh my god, it's updating so slowly. Oh, that's so stupid. So Raph, yeah, that's another thing. He did say that. So my opinion is that I feel like you can have. I feel like not having opinions on art is a bad way to teach art. Yeah, personally, like I feel like you should have some level of like principles, even when you're teaching, right? I feel like, I mean, I'm noticing this right now with my screenwriting class that I'm in. Our instructor, he is a screenwriter. He's sold screenplays and shit, right? He's produced movies, and when you say an idea to him, like he's insanely diplomatic, he's insanely nice. He will never just like shit on somebody. I can tell that he holds himself back a little bit, right? That he's very accepting of like whatever you say. But at the same time, he will kind of say what he thinks, right? He will say, okay, I think this is how this should work. I think your character should have a goal. You're like, in this act, they should do that, blah, 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 blah. I think you can balance those things. You don't have to be a fence sitter, right? Even when you're teaching. So let me look at chat a little bit. Yeah, Björn, I completely agree with that. Like I loved his videos like sort of early on, and then literally that specific point was when I cooled off on it. Like I really noticed the downward kind of trend from that point onward. Just be like Sakurai. Yeah. Okay. But that's the context. Again, we'll cite the video if we need to for individual games. But now let me get into the actual list and like explain how this will work. So notes app over here. And blah, 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 blah. Notes. There we go. Okay. You just see a black void in the background, but that's okay. Alright, so I copy pasted the list from Backlogged. This is the whole list. And again, chronological as far as I can tell. Like in terms of release order. And what I'll do is I'll put either a thumbs up or a thumbs down. And then at the very end, I'll do Control F and count the thumbs ups, and we'll score him based on that. We'll see how he did based on that. That will be his score out of 100, right? 3 goats at the start. Let me snooze the next ad. Okay. Okay, so I think Space Invaders, I don't know what I can say about the shit. Like, I think he justified it well. I think the game is very elegant, right, in how it speeds up, and like the speed up thing is like clearly, it's a consequence of how the game was made, and yet it suits the design, right. It's very simple but like very elegant. I think I don't know. I don't have much to say about it. I do think you learn just by playing it that hey, deciding where to position myself is fun, blah, blah. I do think, and I guess like if you're, I can see that you're playing it and like, it's not like the deepest thing in the world. There are not that many ways to optimize it and shit. But if you're looking at it with a designer's mindset of like, okay, how was this shit actually made? I think it is useful. And like that's why in like my programming class, they literally the first thing we did was make Space Invaders. Yeah. So I think that tells you a lot already. So I would approve of this one. Oh, you can't see my... Bam. Wait, do you see this? If I do that? No. Let me copy the thumbs up. And then also copy the thumbs down. Bam. Okay. Cool. Yeah, exactly. Okay, Pac-Man. Very much a similar case where I think it's a simple game. A lot of the types of decisions that you see in Pac-Man, you can maybe see a little better in other games, but like it really crystallizes the idea well. So I'd also give that a thumbs up. Bam. Rogue. Okay, I haven't actually played this one. But you know what? I again can't say anything super interesting about it. But it seems very valid, seems like a big deal. Oh my god, stomach movement. So I trust Raph. Raph is like the rogue expert. Actually, Hot Pocket, you also played it and you were like, yeah, this clears like every fucking RPG. Wasn't that the takeaway?
How much does the Earth cost? I'm gonna buy the entire Earth and be king.
Thank you, Bjorn, for the sub. Thank you so much. Zach, I agree. Yeah, I think Championship Edition is like kind of definitely sort of substitutes it for me. Mario 3. Okay, we can talk about that. That's kind of interesting. Oh, Broke. Wait, what the fuck? This is a different game? Different game inspired. Dude, I'm so confused. Okay, Mario. Yeah, a lot of what he focused on in the video was the variable jump, right? That it was one of the first games where that had like mechanical depth, really, right? Where like an action game where you had a lot of nuanced mechanical control. Again, very clean, very elegant. I think for that, definitely deserves the spot. So another thumbs up, another W. But again, I mean, he's making very obvious choices. I think Zelda, that's the first one, okay, where we might have a little conversation. Because I think it's a good game. Hundreds of rogue variants. I think Zelda 1 is a good game and like it's worth playing. Oh
Excellent
shit!
Eagle $10 says, supporting the cause. Have a great stream.
Epsilon Eagle, thank you so much for the $10. It's very kind. Yeah, if we get to our goal, I might have to play Dark Souls 2. That might be what I change it to. This is Zoltan, that is what I was wondering. I didn't want to say anything wrong. But it does seem one of the really early ones. Okay, let's talk Zelda really quick and then I'll run the next ad. Oh fuck, I turned the music off actually. That's GK, what up? So maybe type into YouTube Game Maker's Toolkit. I gave a little bit of context. He's like a game design YouTuber that sort of through his work got his way into the industry, and a lot of industry professionals actually do pay attention to him and like they take him pretty seriously. His goal with this list was like to say, okay, these are games that aspiring game designers or game developers should maybe look at. They have a lot to learn. Or there's a lot to learn from those games. It's a little complicated. I really liked his early videos, and over time, he got really infatuated with the idea of not being too prescriptive about game design, right? And in the process, he ended up being a little bit of a fence sitter. Like, he's very coy about his opinions these days. He's very neutral on a lot of things, and I feel like that has diluted his videos a little bit. Yeah. But I still think it's worth paying attention to. So the context that I gave as well is that when you go to like a game design school, it's very obvious that a lot of the younger people there legit have not played a lot of games, right? And they don't have a lot of natural interest in like in the history. And I don't want to be like elitist about it, but I do think there's a lot to learn, right? There's a lot to fucking learn. So that's why I find this, I think this is a good idea. This is a good thing to put out there. And it's a funny meme to like look at it and be like, oh, okay, like, was he cooking with this one? Yeah, the Vanquish video is like, it's not like the deepest thing in the world, but like he does break down the idea very well. Oh my god, we're at 20 viewers. Hello. What is up? Okay. Let's talk about Zelda a little bit. I do think this game holds up. I think it's fun to play. I wouldn't say it's like the fucking hidden masterpiece of the series. I know it's some people's like favorite, but to me, the mix of like, yeah, I can sort of go anywhere, but also there are these arbitrary item locks that, you know, Zelda would become kind of synonymous for, or with, later in its life. That is, to me, kind of a strange mix, and it is true that the game is a little obtuse, right? The thing I'm just cooking is like, I do think the combat is cool. The positioning-based combat. There's actually some sauce there. This game is like low-key or shmup. I just don't know if it's like really displaying any one thing super well. You know? If it's like teaching any one thing super well about game design. How do you all feel about that? It was like watching Ziad play Rebirth without negative marbles. Can I get your comment on the screen? So, Zoltan, that is an important point. Like, I feel like with, like, games academia, especially in Germany, to get, like, there's so much focus on, like, getting fucking government funding and, yeah, just to receive any type of government funding, okay, you have to make an educational game, you have to make a VR game, you have to make a serious game of some kind. It has to be a mobile, whatever. And the way that bleeds then into the actual education rate, what is taught in those game design schools. I've talked about that a couple times. I definitely, personally, I do have a pretty big problem with that, but this is a whole fucking thing. Oh yeah, Space War is a good one, yeah. Lots of bespoke physics tuning. Funny's heavy than most modern action games. Yeah, it is true. So how do y'all feel about Zelda 1? I sorta, like, we've given out too many thumbs ups so far. I feel like I'm feeling spicy. I feel like I'm gonna give a thumbs down on this one. John, what up? John, I'm sorry. Like, when I was hanging out with Ryan and Kevin on the weekend, it was like a running meme that, like, you would hop into Kevin's Dragon's Dogma streams, and you would go like, "You still here? Like, you still in the town?" GK says thumbs up. GK, have you played Zelda 1? I know you're like big on the 3D Zeldas, right? I think for you it's like a respect pick, right? I'll give Bayo a thumbs down. He didn't even put Bayo on the list, bro. That's the thing. I'm not like, I'm saying thumbs up or thumbs down in the context of like the purpose of this list, right? Ooh, this is like the most essential games to like learn from in game design, right? I feel like you could have put a shmup there or something, yeah. And I think Breath of the Wild does the fucking exploration thing. Like Breath of the Wild spoilers on the list as well, so. Does Mega Man instead? I have some spicy takes on that one, I think. Blur, what up? Yeah. Never beat it though, okay. See, that's like a classic. I definitely, I first played it on the Wii Virtual Console. I think that's probably a lot of people's experience. And then I didn't beat it like until a couple years later. Taught me how to be a poser. Limited NES toolset would be the thing to learn from. Okay. The voting is like, was he cooking with this list? Was Mark Brown cooking with this list of 100 games that he made? The 100 games that taught him game design. So for every game, I'm gonna assign either a thumbs up or thumbs down. And then I'm gonna tally up the numbers at the end. So okay, y'all convinced me. Fuck it, I'm gonna give the thumbs up. Okay, Mega Man. I'm gonna say it. I feel like this game holds up way better than like people give it credit for. Like last time I played it, it was when I made the Mega Man 11 video. I needed like some extra footage, and I played through the whole thing in like one sitting. I was like, this is like really decent. Like this is fun, and I think it crystallizes the idea pretty well. Now I will say, the fucking thing in the Iceman stage and the Yellow Devil and like all that shit is stupid. 5 out of 10, I would give it like at least a 6. Like a strong 6. I will say, I guess it was the first to do this specific thing. I feel like Mega Man X kinda explains the idea better though. I feel like if I wanted to convey what Mega Man 1 conveys to like the average person, I feel like I could just give them Mega Man X instead, yeah. So, I don't know why he picked this one specifically. Like, that seems kind of interesting. Not really game design defining on its own. That's also another thing. I feel like it's not actually very universal. His justification was like, ooh, it's cool that, like, that you can curate your own experience by, like, picking the order of the stages. And that is cool, but it's not really, it didn't really become, like, a staple in game design like that. And personally, I'm gonna say, it's a mechanic that I'm kind of mixed on anyway. I don't like being booted out of the level. I don't like having to fucking memorize the ideal order of the stages, yeah. Nothing to learn from Ghosts and Goblins was it? Yeah. That's the thing, the fact that Ghosts and Goblins is not on this list, I think deserves kind of an automatic L. So before we talked about it, I was thinking thumbs up, but like, you guys convinced me again. So. Okay. Mega Man as a series didn't get good until 0-4. John, didn't you hit that shit with like a 3 out of 5 or something? Even that's debatable. Gumball 3 was the peak. As representative to that type of design, twitchy. Yeah. Basil, what up? So I have an Twitch ad incoming in 20 seconds. You better have ad block. I'm sorry if you don't want to see it. Maybe consider subscribing for $5. That's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing I need to say. Did I do good, Bezos? Yes. Okay. I mean, we have a couple easy W's incoming. Tetris. Like, this is not even worth talking about. Like, come on. Also, thumbs down because the cover is ass. Hey, the Japanese cover is cool. The Japanese cover is very cute. I can just wait.
How much does the Earth cost?
Oh shit, Basil. Thanks for the $5.
I'm gonna buy the entire Earth.
Thank you for the sub.
And be king.
Let me, oh, you know what I can do? I can just... I can't, Raph, I can't read this out loud because it would be racist coming from me. Okay. Mega Man.
How much does the Earth cost?
Japan. Oh, Zoltan, thank you for the sub.
I'm gonna buy the entire Earth.
We're going hard on the subs
Be
today.
king.
I need like more sub incentives. I need to fucking set up all those emojis and shit. Wow. We're cooking. Yeah, now that is some crazy good boxer. That is so cute. Okay. Let's see. Tetris is like the best game of all time, yeah. How are we feeling about Shatterhand? That game is cool, but I never finished it. Yeah, I mean, everybody's already said it, but Tetris is like the peak of like self-regulating difficulty. Like, it's literally impossible to get boring. Or to get bored of it. Takeaway from the Gaming Bread video, very strange video, it feels very unnecessary. Yeah, Doom also a layup. I think especially just how like the enemies create really complex situations, and it's so easy to understand. Like, it's so easy to understand the types of decisions that you can make. I haven't played Doom 2 too much. I know everybody says, okay, Doom 2 is like a pretty significant upgrade as far as like the enemy types and stuff. Yeah. So again, easy layup. Super Metroid. He didn't really talk about the movement in the game. To me, the compelling thing about Super Metroid is just that it has this insanely like razor thin balance between, I don't know if does that make sense as an adjective? That does not make any sense probably. It has this really crazy balance between like open-ended movements that lets you just fuck around with the level design in any way that you want, but then still a little bit of guidance and a little bit of gating. The way that shit is balanced, I think no other game has ever managed to come close to it. And I think, obviously that makes it just a great game, right? But I think there's the fact that so few games have actually learned those lessons from Super Metroid. I think that makes it even more valuable to like look at. Classic Metroidvania structure is vapid without D-mechanic. Yes, I agree. That's the thing. That's why Metroid Dread just being an action game, basically. You know what? It's fine. It's like don't even bother if you're not gonna do it right. Yeah. Pokemon Blue. I would maybe make an argument sort of like Mega Man where a lot of its lessons don't feel very universal. It doesn't, like, Pokemon is not a structure that has been successfully copied very much by very popular games. I mean, there's the SMT games and shit, right? But, which, you know, to be fair, are older than Pokemon. I think specifically the super old Pokemon games, they have something really nice and quaint about them. It's like, ooh, like, I mean, when I played them as a kid, it was like, ooh, it's a sense of adventure. I'm on a journey. Ooh. I think, like, the fact that they're so stripped back in that way, and that it's still compelling, I think that is, that's something maybe the modern Pokemon games should, like, look at more. The third deepest JRPG. What's numbers 2 and 1? Yeah. I think I would give this a thumbs up. Tentatively, maybe, I don't know. Like, I'm not super into Pokemon anymore. I probably wouldn't be that into, like, I think there's a part of me that's like, oh, it's like so cozy and cool, but like I don't actually stick with it. Are there Metroid Other M fans? I'm not convinced that they're real. Okay, Tomb Raider. I'm playing this right now. Very cool game. I do think, like, I kept thinking, damn, this game, there's so much here. You could make a modern game that's just like this, but with, like, actually interesting combat, and then it would be such a banger. I feel like the fact that they have this really complex 3D level design where you have to position yourself carefully. And the levels themselves are still, like, they're still distilled into separate stages, right? It ends up feeling like a really streamlined and really, like a much more meaningfully compelling version of something like Ocarina of Time. It sort of gives me that vibe. Where, like, okay, it's Ocarina of Time, but it's just dungeons. And, like, I mean, so far from what I've played, it hasn't gotten as complex as, like, the most complex things in Ocarina. But then the actual platforming is so much more compelling. So personally, I would give this a thumbs up. Like, it definitely gave you this distinct feeling of, like, okay, we could make a modern game like this and it would slap pretty hard. And, like, that hasn't happened yet, so. Resident Evil is redundant when Rogue is on the list. See, I can't really speak on that. I think Resident Evil is another case where, like, okay, the sort of deep mechanical consequence of, like, some of the shit in it is, like, sort of questionable, right? The ink ribbons are the classic example, right? Where, it's a scary mechanic until you realize, oh my god, you have so many fucking ink ribbons, right? You're never gonna run out of that shit. So I think you can sort of apply that to the game as a whole, right? Like, a lot of the decisions are not actually that meaningful, right? I do think it still crystallizes the idea very well. I think if you play this for the first time, you're gonna be like, oh my god, I can't take everything with me. I have to think, okay, is it more, do I want to make multiple trips, or am I gonna take the bare minimum so I can have as few trips as possible? Yeah, I don't actually know. Does remake... Yeah. That's the thing, I like the fact that it's real time, yeah. I think the fuzziness that introduces to, like, enemy encounters.
How much does the Earth cost?
Oh, thank you, Dragon, for the sub.
I'm
So many
gonna
subs
buy
today.
the
That's
entire
great.
Earth and be king.
The thing is, I'm sort of a Resident Evil, like, classic Resident Evil skeptic now in general. Even remake, everybody says remake is the best version of it, and I'm not gonna lie, I feel like it's way more linear and way more solved than sort of super fans of the game kind of like to say. And I feel like Resident Evil 4 just shifted the mechanics in a way where it makes way more sense, where it is way more dynamic, right? I don't know. So that's why I'm not super hung up about Resident Evil 1 versus, like, remake versus some other fucking game. I could see 3 maybe, right? I understand the logic of, like, picking Resident Evil 1. Yeah, Resident Evil 4 is already on there, yeah. So that's a W. Very obvious. That's a layup. Is that mechanics or aesthetics that avoid all the Crimson Heads? Yeah, the Crimson Heads are kind of a silly mechanic. Like, they will never spawn more than one Crimson Head in one room. Well, okay, maybe I'm wrong. I don't want to say never. I don't want to say absolute statements. I think it can happen, but, like, it's very rare. So once you realize that, it's like, oh, the game, to prevent more Crimson Heads from spawning, it will just give you critical shots. after like your first kill in that room. And I think that's one example of like, you know, this is specific to Remake and not this game. This is one example of like, yeah, the mechanics themselves just don't have enough meat to actually create interesting decisions, and they have to like put all this bullshit around it to like to make it sort of work, right? So that's why I feel like Remake versus this game wouldn't even change the conversation for me. I feel like they're sort of the same, right? Oh shit, Tatsky, thank you for the $5. I do think Resident Evil is better than like every JRPG at that specific thing, but I don't know. I feel very conflicted. I think, well, let's put it that way. I'd say Pokemon is better than Resident Evil. I don't know about that one. The knife counter? I don't know, dude. I feel like you take like the same damage. I guess like maybe okay, so the knife maybe is more worth using when you're in a room with a single enemy and you happen to get grabbed, right? Cuz like if it's like back-to-back enemies and you use the knife, but like I don't know if that makes that much of a difference. Like again, I feel like that's like literally when you get the knife counter thing, right, in Remake, it literally defaults to just using, it defaults to just using the knife automatically because they know it's not actually that interesting of a decision, right? Most of the time, it's not worth saving. Like it's. I really can't think of a situation where it's worth saving the knife for, you know? Where I wouldn't just use it instantly every time I get it. Am I wrong? Like, like, what do the Remake heads say on this? Like, I feel like that's accurate, right? I could maybe workshop some scenarios where, like, it sort of slightly makes a little more sense to wait on the knife use, but I don't know. I think Remake kind of overrated. Like, I think it's not that great. 7 out of 10. Well, but I feel like a lot of those things are just like, again, it doesn't change how solved the game is. Like, you just need to, well, I should say I haven't played any of those modes, so I'm a little bit of a poser, but I feel like they just add more steps to like an ultimately pretty limited game. You have a billion knives, always use them, yeah. Sky Gunner players, yeah. So, all that being said, I feel like I'm still sort of feeling the thumbs up on this one. Most games on this list, you fucking know what I'm talking about, bitch. I was gonna say, with all that said, I still feel like Resident Evil presents a really compelling idea. And I feel like if you show this to somebody who like doesn't know the game and they're a young game designer and they're trying to learn some stuff, I feel like it would be useful to them. So you know what? I feel like I would still give it a thumbs up. All this fucking talking for no reason. Oh my god. Okay. Let's go. Does Final Fight clear? Probably. When it was 9. Half-Life. I don't know how to feel about this one. Cause like it's cool. It's a good game. But no, it's not. What the fuck are you talking, dude? You're always yapping. Half-Life. I just feel like, okay, so on the one hand, a lot of shit that Half-Life does, it has been absorbed by a lot of other games, right? The GK thumbs up. I can always tell, like, the GK respect pick, like, you're like a respect your elders type guy. If you want to shit the bed during the final part, Half-Life is the best teacher. In juxtaposition to the games that came after it. I think that makes... See, I was gonna say, a lot of games have absorbed a lot of its qualities, but then Half-Life still kind of does it. Half-Life 1, specifically, does it, like, a lot better than other games. I think the juxtaposition of Half-Life 1 and 2 is pretty interesting. Yeah, it is... This is the thing, I like with Half-Life that it's such a cinematic, sort of on-rails game, and yet it has, like, very gamey mechanics. Like, I think that's interesting. And the AI is great. I think it has that over, like, fucking Call of Duty or some shit. You know, Call of Duty is, like, very clearly inspired by Half-Life. Yeah. So, Tom, what you're saying about, like, that's the thing, like, Half-Life 2 went really hard on unskippable fucking shit. Yeah, oh my god, dude, I hate this fucking interface. Yeah, I think I would give it the thumbs up. But it came before they could really over-design the game, yeah. I guess I guess maybe my point against it would be, well, a lot of games did learn from it, and they didn't take the right lessons, so... But, like, yeah, that's, like, kind of unfair to it. Yeah, you know what? Okay, thumbs up, fuck it. Another Mark Brown W. Okay, Thief. What I played, like, literally half an hour of this, and it was very cool. Y'all in chat are the Thief experts. Difficult to finish. So for those who don't know, there's a version of this game that an updated director's cut called Thief Gold, and it includes some extra levels and it changes some of the existing levels, and it's very, very polarizing. Some people seem to think, oh my god, it fucking ruins the game, and oh my god, it's clearly better. And I'm set on just playing the original, because yeah, I'm sick like that. But yeah, it's been like kind of a running meme in our friend group. Bunny hop past the guards around. Yeah, I think the fact that it's such an immersive game so early on, and like it's a game that it couldn't rely on like very realistic graphics, right? Or very detailed graphics. So I feel like just for that, it's kind of cool. And the fact that they honed in so hard on one experience is still pretty unique. You know what? Let's give it to that one. Crazy Taxi, I'm inclined to also just give the W immediately. Yep, Deus Ex is on this. It's just such a tightly designed game. Like literally tight in the sense that just the way points of interest are balanced around each other, the way they're positioned. Thumbs up, yeah. And like pretty, like it's this really fine balance between controls that are pretty loose. There's a lot of funky shit you can do with it. But then there's so much very deliberate level design and fucking the way things are sort of timed and paced around each other. I think that, like, that's the type of shit that Sega were just the fucking goats at. So, W. Okay, Deus Ex, played it very recently, enjoyed it a lot. I do think, you know, we talked about it on Beach Gen. It's kind of a hokey game. There's a lot of things which the developers clearly acknowledged, like they couldn't squeeze out all of the juice of the idea, right? It's a little more limited than it leads on at first. then you're led to believe. I don't fucking do English is hard. And yet still it manages to be really compelling. Great level design. I think it's a testament to consistency and vision. We talked about this on Beach Gen, just how forward thinking they were with this game. That Warren Spector specifically, he realized, I want complete mechanical consistency. I don't want any of this fucking arbitrary event trigger bullshit, lock and key bullshit. No, I want to have a mechanical rule set, and then that rule set is like respected throughout the entire game. And it was sort of the not the first game, but like definitely the game that codified this fucking style. So W. True Blur, the reverse to forward boost and track crazy taxi so sick. Was filled with arbitrary triggers. Yeah, I mean that is true. There's some stuff in it. Again, like I said, it's a little hokey game, but like it still ends up working in a way where I felt respected throughout the whole game, right? I felt like I could articulate my intent in the game completely. Okay, Diablo 2 specifically. I don't see the vision with Diablo. Whenever I talk to people about it, it seems like, it's just gambling. It seems like it's so there was this video the other day. Diablo 4 critique. Let's see if I can find it. I'm halfway through it, I think. Yeah. And even so, this guy is a big fan of Diablo 1 and 2, and even he was saying, the combat is not compelling on its own. Like, there needs to be an item loop. And the fact that people who enjoy Diablo, they enjoy the item loop, like, that is a part of the appeal for it, makes me not respect it. The fact that that's a necessary part of the design, like, I don't see value in that. I could see the angle of, you need to know about this to fucking avoid it, but I don't know. Because it is such a prevalence. The fact that you hook players with item loops and RPG shit, right? That is such a prevalent truth in game design now. You don't need to play more games that like reinforce those ideas. I think that's my take on it. Is what I'm saying. It's just original cookie clickers, yeah. Diablo 2 started everything you hate in games. Diablo 2 is notable for its community mechanics and emphasis on trading. That's cool, I guess. But then again, that's like, it's a very specific thing to that game. And like, isn't it, I mean, couldn't you say, okay, MMOs kind of did the type of shit? I haven't played enough of them to really say, but yeah. I'm ready for the thumbs down. It just forms a Western, Zotan, that makes sense. Raph, you were saying you're about to defend this game. He's so bipolar. That's funny. Okay, The Sims. I don't have any deep thoughts on it, but I'm inclined to give it the thumbs up. I think Sims is a fun game. Like, it's very much about expression, individualism, fun reactivity. It's a conservative fantasy. I feel like it's a very singular, well, not completely singular. Like, obviously there's games that, simulation games that have different themes, or different theming. But Sims is like, I always got the sense that, it's one of the games that just does that shit the best. Again, not super my thing, but I think I'm more of an Animal Crossing guy, right? Which is not really the same thing, but like, yeah. just to explain where I'm at on that, you know, spectrum, if you can call it that. Zoltan, GTA 3, that is a take I've seen like a bunch of times recently. Like, unironically, I've seen so many people like, yeah, this was actually low-key the best one. My most respect pick at this point. I'm Will Wright, bitch. I fucking installed this today. I installed the source port today on my Mac. So maybe that's how I'll finally play it. Yeah, GTA 3, that's a game I think I'm gonna vibe with pretty heavy. But I mean, in the past when I tried to play it, I played the Xbox version, and that version has a tendency to freeze. Like, it has a chance to freeze every time you save. So I lost a fuck ton of progress the last time I played it. I hope with the Mac port, it's gonna be alright. But I think that game is like also a great example of, I mean, obviously the open world shit is insanely fucking influential. But then I think it's another example of, okay, people kind of took the wrong lessons from it. There's still a lot of purity in this game that wasn't really replicated later. The fact that they have these very clearly intentionally positioned things, like, ooh, the fucking mission where you blow up the car and all that shit, right? But then it's in the context of this big world with the ability to, you know, grab whatever vehicle you want to solve the mission, whatever weapon you want to solve the mission. I feel like this game still did that the best. This mix of arcadey mechanics, arcadey deliberate fucking design and structure and scenarios, but then the super reactive chaos. I feel like that is very unique still. I feel like the later GTAs just haven't really captured that, and this is worth learning from. So, thumbs up. I do not remember a thing from it. I always get my Vice City memories mixed up. Vice City seems like I think Vice City is like the super common favorite. It's like definitely the respected, like, okay, this is peak, this is the most polished fucking cohesive package. Yeah. John, that is a good point. I think San Andreas is a game that sorta has a weird reputation now. I mean, both for, okay, it's like bloated and a little unpolished. But then also, it's a game about 70s, like, Compton, written by Scottish people. Which, you know what, I mean, see, GK, what classic GK tweet that I think about a lot was, yeah, it was cool that Suda put, you know, Shinobu in No More Heroes, because it showed that he had a wider, like, cultural perspective. He had a more interesting worldview, right? And it feels more genuine than not even genuine, but like clearly there's more substance there because he was naturally inclined to do this versus filling a quota, right? So I don't want to say, ooh, like, if you're a Scottish person, you shouldn't write about fucking the crack epidemic. But like, I mean, I've been told San Andreas is like a little weird, yeah, with that. Raph saying it's really accurate to the Black experience. Okay. GTA 4 Zoltan, that will get my pick. That's a Ziad game. But I mean, I sort of hate playing it, but I respect it so fucking much. Okay, THPS 3. I'm sort of a Tony Hawk hater. I'm not gonna lie. I recognize that they're good games. And I sort of like playing them. I think they're sort of fun. But the focus on the balancing meter, to me, is like, it feels like I'm playing a different game every 2 seconds. It did feel parody-ish, but I think black people were used to seeing that kind of portrayal all the time, yeah. Because that's the thing, I don't want to, say anything out of pocket, but I did get the sense that the game was popular in the black community, right? So I guess they didn't take it as hard. SSX better. Honestly, that's sort of how I felt about it, yeah. Like SSX gave me the feeling of, oh, I like this more than Tony Hawk. I think it's cool that THPS is like such a tight little thing. It's this very overwhelming game with all these objectives, and then you realize, oh my god, they actually balance this in a way where it can get everything in one go. And then 3 was like, it was the last one in that style. So I feel like it's just mechanically, I feel mechanically it's a little undercooked. Like a black comedy. Because, like, the tricks themselves are not very mechanically irrelevant, It's just, yeah, I have to press every single button once. Like, there's no mechanical reason. Well, the mechanical reason is the scoring system, right? But, like, there's no... I guess that's a system, right? The scoring system is the reason, but mechanically, the moves, they don't accomplish anything in the game world. They don't help me in any way, right? It's just the game arbitrarily decides, well, you have to remember every fucking button that you pressed. That's a mechanic that I'm super cold on. Part of the mental stack. I think that's a valid way to design it, but I'm just sort of cold on it. I feel like I want to press buttons because it's useful to press the buttons, Not because the game made like this fucking arbitrary list. GK, my flippant take on THPS, it's DMC for white people. It's like the appeal of Devil May Cry, but different type of game. Like you're not styling on enemies, you're styling on the levels. And that's the thing, I do respect it on that level, but I feel like the movement itself is actually not that deep. There's actually not that much nuance there. It's just so the main balance, no pun intended, the main balancing measure in the game is that you have the balancing meter, right? You necessarily need to connect tricks using either the rails or the manuals. But then every time you initiate one of those, the little balancing minigame, it gets harder and harder, right? So you have to find ways to stretch that shit out. And that's mostly through like strategic use of the level and like good knowledge of the level. And like that is a valid way to design it. That is technically good game design, right? But it feels just a little arbitrary and a little not organic to me, And that's why I was like always kind of on it. Yeah, that's also, John, that's also it. Like, I feel like it made the appeal of chasing scores really tangible. So I don't know. I feel like you're like there's no shmups or anything on this list, right? So I feel like you're probably better off playing one of those. Well, I mean, this game is more expressive than like a shmup, but then at the same time, it's not actually that expressive when you consider I have to do a rigid list of tricks. So I don't fucking know. To me, I'm gonna fuck around with the level style of game. I think Skate does that better, and I think Skate has better movement. So yeah, Skate is on the list. So you know what? That makes me think, okay, thumbs down, fuck it. It's a good game, but like I'm gonna give it a thumbs. There's too many W's on this. Mark Brown did way better than I expected. Oh my god, we still have a lot to go. Holy shit. We might have to speed it up a little bit. I mean, we've been streaming for like a little under 2 hours. Yeah, we have time. Oh my god. So many games. Ugh. Okay. What about the GGC timer? That's a deep cut. is equivalent to knights in my mind. You know what? Ralph, that kind of makes sense. That does kind of make sense. But I feel like knights... This is the thing, knights doesn't have all this fucking arbitrary force bullshit. Yeah. People's second chances. Personally, I think Eco is a cool game. I think it holds up, and I think it does teach you a lot about like simplicity. And we talked about it on Heather specifically. She talked about it on our Beach Gen episode that the camera is just so well done. I think it's one of those games where yeah, you could see how more juice could have been squeezed out of this idea. But I think the fact it was as influential as it was for a reason. Yeah. So Basil, that's a I think I don't actually know. I feel like I've seen just a lot of people say eco, and I started saying eco. Like it feels like the correct way to pronounce it. Like I've never seen an official confirmation that that's what it is, but yeah. You know what? We were, well, not me, I wasn't hard on it, but like everybody else was way too fucking hard on this game on Beach Gen, so I gotta give it the thumbs up out of spite. And that's the thing, like I keep thinking, yeah. Ryan, you read the novel. I think that means you're the stronger soldier. I keep thinking about the perspective of like, ooh, a zoomer that like doesn't play a lot of games. I think this would be useful to them, right? I think a more modern gamer, they will be used to like games like Gone Home or something, right? Games that are a little more verbose. And I think playing, well, I mean, you know, this doesn't support my point, right? I showed this game to my girlfriend, Yulia. She thought it was so boring. So maybe it wouldn't hit, but I guess it does show you, oh, it's a very different type of game, you know? It's very different from what you're used to. Yeah, John, that is a really... I didn't realize that it was like Jack 3 when you played it. That's funny. Okay, guys, I need to pee really bad. I'm gonna be right back. Actually, I'm just gonna run the 3-minute ad right now. That's probably a good idea. Guys, we're back with a grade value 50% dark chocolate. Good stuff. Oh, the ad is over. Nice. Okay. We can just keep going. Okay, Rez. I would just give it the thumbs up. I feel like also a good example of really cohesive presentation. It sucks to instant experience without many words, right? Which is, I think that's something a lot of games could learn from. So W for that. Sonal too. Well, I think the presentation is fucking stellar. I mean, a bunch of us have gone on record saying, yeah, this game is fucking terrifying even though it's insanely easy. And I think it does uniquely moving liminal spaces. It does uniquely find ways to convey its themes in sort of gamey ways, right? I mean, the way you select the endings, it's like sort of suspect. How good that is. Like, that is a cool thing. And like, the thing is, it feels corny to say it now, because like, it's been so fucking worn out by all these fucking video essays. But, you know, the enemy design actually conveying the themes, that was like a new thing, you know? And does that so well. It is shocking just how mature this game is. And, how precisely kind of lands on its point. Okay, man. Alright. I'm going for a thumbs up. Fuck all y'all. Good game. This shouldn't be controversial. Animal Crossing, I've never played the first one, but honestly it gets my respect for being like such an anti-goal game. It's a game just, you know, about hanging out and stuff. I feel like that is a unique thing that games can do. And that deserves respect. I think, I mean, the thing is, like, in the video, he was saying, you know, if you can't play this one, just play the newest one. It's, like, pretty similar. I disagree with that part of the list. Or that part of the argument. Because the newer games do feel much more goal-oriented. I feel like they do. Again, this goes back to like, it's another game that shows, yeah, we could do more with less. Okay, WarioWare, on the other hand, I was never that sold on. I think it's a fun game, but like, what up, Kevin? Because Richard can't get away with praising the American Panic right after 9/11. So WarioWare, the mean way, the unshareable perspective on it, it's like, yeah, it's like masking its relative shallowness by just doing a lot of shit, you know? By just being really crazy and wacky and like with variety and stuff. And like, I think it's fun as a game. I don't know if it's that useful as a design lesson. I wouldn't want that to be like perpetuated that much. Well, here's the thing, right? Okay, maybe masking is the wrong word, but I feel like, I mean, nobody would give a shit if it were the same like inputs, but without those visuals, right? If it just told you to press the buttons that you're supposed to press, without the crazy visuals and the scenarios and all that, nobody would give a shit, right? And now, this is unfair. You could say that with a lot of games, right? But I think in this particular case, it's very extreme. I mean, giving it the thumbs down feels kind of mean, because like I think it is a cute little fun game, but like we have a lot of really simple games now, so like especially in the mobile space. Yeah, it's interesting that there's never been a mobile WarioWare. I feel like that makes way too much sense. I'm gonna hit Pang. I'm sorry, Pang. He's not watching. Like somebody ping him. Somebody tell him I'm committing a crime. He's gonna be really upset. So I've only heard of this game. I was sort of vaguely aware of it. I do think it does seem like it makes its point very effectively. Give sen- I think this game, from what I saw, it makes its point very effectively. Basically, it's a game where you're taking control of basically the U.S. military, right? And you're supposed to snipe terrorists in a town in Iraq. And as you're playing it, you realize, oh, it's actually impossible to get the terrorists without also killing like a fuck ton of civilians. And then guess what? The civilians that survive, they turn into more terrorists, right? That's the point the game is making, right? And this is a relatively old game. I think it was like mid-2000s. So, you know, I was like very young back then. I didn't fucking understand any of that shit. But to me, looking back, 2003 was early. That's pretty early. Like, I feel like a lot of us, we had our like sort of leftist progressive awakening in the 2010s. So from my perspective, it always seems crazy to like see political statements, political action that was very, you know, expressing those ideas very unabashedly. So for me, that I think that deserves a lot of respect, and I feel like it conveys the way it uses the medium. It seems like it conveys the point very well. So I feel like I think it's a game that teaches you, okay, you actually need to find a good mechanical way to convey this idea, right? You can't just you need to find the exact thing that games are actually meaningful and good at. So thumbs up for that. Sounds time, thumbs down. This game fucking sucks. This game's so bad. Oh my god. This is so boring. Dude, the rewind thing is so not interesting. And the fucking climbing is like, it's a QTE. And it's like the worst combat of all time. As Pang, as our good friend Pang has said, Eco has better combat than this. His reason was the rewind thing. It was like, yeah, you know, it's like not that like super meaningful or anything, but like it's a clever little twist on checkpoints and stuff. It's like, no, it's not. It doesn't fucking. He was like, oh, you need to decide when to use this fucking resource to rob yourself. It's like, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, if you die, you die. And like there's it's sort of like the knife in Resident Evil. There's no reason not to just always use it. Well, I guess it doesn't even make more sense with, yeah, I don't know, it's so stupid. Bad game. Yeah, in Forza, it's something. It feels like it makes more sense, you know, because you're doing a continuous run, and then it is actually a resource, you know. You actually, like, you're limited by the, you know, time scale of the single race. Katamari, just a thumbs up. I was talking about this with Kevin in the car. And Heather made this point in her like really great video that you should watch. Wait, let's look it up. Katamari. Please tell me she didn't delete that shit. The Spectrum of Flight Katamari Damashi analysis. Y'all should watch this. Great video. Yeah, she explains that it has this really, we go back to this idea a lot, this really fine balance between a game that's chaotic and like leisurely and freeform and loose, but then also you can play it like a tight-ass arcade game. That's a very unique combination. I guess you could sort of apply this to DMC3 as well. That's a funny progression. So I have a lot of problems with this game, but you know what? It is insanely influential. Like, it's the thing he really focused on was the style system, not the style system, the style meter, the scoring system, which as a scoring system, as a way to make the game more challenging for yourself, actually is not that great, right? But I do think it has merit because it conveys the idea in such a simple and direct way. I think that does grab a lot of people, that does capture a lot of people. I've definitely heard people say, yeah, I cared more about the scores in DMC3 because I actually fucking understood what was going on. Whereas in Bayonetta, yes, the scoring system is more interesting and more... And it does, it goes into way more detail about how to score well. But the fact that it's so complicated on like a surface level, I'm not gonna debate you on this. That makes it like a little intimidating, right? So I think that's a valid point. The real innovation of this game is just the cancel system, right? That it is like one of the first 3D games that's like super fucking loosey-goosey, where you can just do whatever the fuck you want. And even like in fighting games, that wasn't really a thing, right? Where, oh, I can just press the gun button or the Royal Guard button to cancel out of whatever the fuck I'm doing. That is such an endlessly influential thing in game design now. It's a thing that just makes games feel good, right? It feels right to be able to do that. So, yeah, dude. Thumbs up for that. Wait, am I doxing myself here? I forgot. Nah. Okay, RE4, don't need to talk about it. RE4 to me is the most obvious pick. It's like literally the first game I thought of when this topic came up. Inventing Spiral Cancel. There's some, there's some stuff. We can talk about it. I think Resident 4 is also like, it's like holistic, right? It's very, it's the simplicity of the upgrade system, but then also the depth of it, how far-reaching it is. Barkhog, what up? Bayo scoring is shit. Even if you take it seriously, it's very bad. Okay, here's the thing though. I don't play shmups. You have to consider this. So to me, Bayonetta is like the peak. It's like the only good, the most I've experienced of a scoring system. Like to a little baby like me, any game with scoring is peak, right? That's what we're saying. Oh, I have. Yeah, Street Fighter 4 is cool. Wait, the weapon? Oh, yeah, I get what you're saying. Oh, yeah, that is kind of annoying, yeah. Yeah, dude, I'll hop on some real games, okay? I'll hop on some real games. Eventually, it's gonna happen. Yeah. The thing is, Bakar, when you said it, I was like, well, they're different inputs, but then I thought about it, was like, yeah, you're right, actually. I can't do the other one when I'm like sort of stuck in one of them. It is pretty bad. But it's still like the best game ever, so I don't care. Fuck all y'all. Listen, man, nobody's perfect. All you guys' shmups are not perfect, okay? I'm sure those games have flaws, right? If I actually, I'm gonna become a shmup head just so I can shit on them. Yeah. Guwange, actually, I was like kind of sold on it when you showed me it, yeah. I can make it work. Okay, Geometry Wars. How do we feel about this one? How do the gamers feel on Geometry Wars? I always kind of liked it, but I don't have deep thoughts about it at all. It's the shitty health bar implementation with no post-hit iframes. Oh, okay. Crimson Clover. See, I keep saying this with Crimson Clover. It's cool, but the better I get at it, the more I'm like, yeah, I'm just playing a game. You know, I'm just dodging the bullets. I don't I realize I need to be better at this thing, and like that sort of makes it deep, right? Like, ooh, I need to be better at like stretching out my little meter, and like that is technically deep, but I don't really feel like I'm doing shit. You know, it's very hard to explain. Yeah, Ryan liked the health, but I didn't, dude. I was high as shit when he showed me it. And I didn't realize that you didn't have like post-hit iframes and shit. Well, there was the thing where like, I think, didn't you say like some hits they do like more stun, like some hits can like some attacks can like multi-hit, and then some are like a single hit and sort of takes you out. I don't know. The other game modes. Okay. Next Machina, great game. Next Machina, great game. Oh. See. Okay. Guys, I cannot understate how fucking high I was. I was like fucked up. Kevin and Ryan, they can attest to it. I was like not seeing straight. I had a little bit of Kevin's bag of fun. I feel like I should give Geometry Wars the thumbs down just because there's no other shmup adjacent games on this list. I feel like that is not a great one to pick. I think Geometry Wars 2 at least is like pretty cool. I think the first one definitely feels like kind of a weird pick. Yeah, Next Machina is great. That's a fucking awesome game. Yeah. I'll give it a thumbs down. Dead Rising, thumbs up. I feel like Dead Rising is what Resident Evil wishes it was, in my opinion. Like, Dead Rising to me is like the actual realization of like classic Resi. And like, yeah, well, but worse? What the fuck are you talking about? I feel like in Dead Rising there is much more. Well, okay, you know what? I haven't played it recently. The thing with Dead Rising that I'm told is like, so I also remember this. I remember the game just getting really easy over time. I think that is true. At the same time, I do think there's just more possibilities for like shit to happen in that game. It's a little more open-ended, and I think that makes it more interesting. I think that gives it more merit than RE. But then also, I gave RE the thumbs up, so... It's more solved than RE despite the wider possibility. Okay. But I feel like you probably have to know all that shit, right? If you're jumping into it, it would be like, whoa, there's like so much stuff I need to know or need to pay attention to. I feel like on that level, it's like kind of interesting. I feel like it would still fulfill the purpose of like, teaching me about game design. Day 1 and day 2 and pretend you're safe like a girl. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Raph, stop owning me, okay? Like, what is this? Get Chainsaw, win the game. AK faked up. COD 4 definitely overrated. I'm definitely ready to... Oh, I didn't realize I already gave it a thumbs up. Let me think. Let me stew on this one. COD 4, I'll definitely give the thumbs down. The thing is with the fucking... I mean, okay, so the multiplayer in COD 4... The thing about it is that it's a little horizontal, the unlocks, right? Is that sort of accurate? I do like the fact that it was this really fast-paced 60 FPS game on console multiplayer. Like, that is kind of cool. I think that you can see why it was such a hit from that angle. I've changed my mind. Dead Rising is real death. COD 4 has an arcade mode. Ooh, maybe I should check that out. I played the campaign and I thought it was lame. It's not horizontal despite the intent. Okay. Okay, Raph, you saying that makes me think, okay, maybe the thumbs down is warranted. And also, I was talking to Ryan and Kevin about it, and I was like saying, I haven't played it recently enough to say it, but this game is probably Islamophobic. So that's probably that. That's probably true. So maybe it warrants the thumbs down. Also, yeah, the RPG shit is like, nah. It's not worth, like, that's one of the big things that Mark focused on in his video, and I think that's not worth praising, so I would hit that with a thumbs down. Dead Rising, y'all, I'm gonna give it a thumbs up, fuck all y'all. Cause like, I think the time limit thing, that is a unique thing that you should experience, right? I think, for your game design literacy. I feel like that has merit, even if it's not the fucking deepest game, okay? So fuck all y'all. I feel like that would be a shock to the system for a young person. Anti-war commentary, but it has a little too much fun. Yeah, no shmups, no beat 'em ups, no fighting games. As far as I'm aware. Okay, Portal. I think it's a good game. Nah, I think it's good. I think it deserves. Yeah, no, I think it deserves a thumbs up. I mean, it's a puzzle game, right? It's like inherent, like it's solved. I guess it depends. Like, do you think puzzle games, like that type of puzzle game, has like does it inherently have merit? Backhawk, good list. I've only played God Hand, NG2, Rain World, really, and Ballistic NG a little bit. I think Portal. I think the spatial thinking, the way it like introduces that to the player, is like really elegant. Like that's the Valve shit. You know, they just do that shit very well. Okay, Mass Effect, thumbs down. I don't care. I think there's nothing special about these games. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, Portal's elegant, yeah. Yeah. Just like BioWare. I mean, Raph, what you told me recently was so funny that like, yeah, BioWare used to be known for like insanely mechanically complex RPGs, and then they made fucking Mass Effect. Skate, thumbs up. Again, to me, Skate is like peak. I'm just fucking around, you know? I'm like being a little creative with my shit, and I'm fucking around. It like, I feel like there's no other game that taps into that better. I mean, Skate 2 is a slightly more refined version, but I think for the purpose of this list, it makes sense to like pick Skate 1 as like representative of everything. Skate 2, one of my favorite games. Fucking love that game. Okay. Wait, okay, 2 hours, 20 minutes. And we're like about halfway through, like maybe a little under halfway. TF2. I've never played it, but what the fuck did I do? Oh god. I've never played it, but I'm leaning thumbs up. Everybody says it's gas. I see the vision, I get the vision, I get it. Let's move on, I'm not gonna think about it. BioShock, like, Prey is not on this list, I think. And Deus Ex already is. And I feel like Half-Life already is, right? I feel like BioShock can't really... I think there's cool things about the game. Like, I do think the setting is really cool. It's barely an instant, but so are the System Shock games. Yeah... I think to me it's like, well, it's probably like good cinematic. Well, it's not... I feel like you can't even credit it as being an IMSM, you know? I feel like... It is more about like the cinematic experience of like, ooh, I'm in this world. It's like so crazy. Ooh, and like it's cool on that level, but I feel like Half-Life has like more to learn probably. I feel like BioShock definitely, it feels a little modern, derogatory. Okay. Yeah, System Shock 1 is not on this list. System Shock 2 is not either. The Zultan, that's probably true in terms of pacing, but I don't like audio tapes as like a fucking idea in games. I think that was sort of a mistake. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for getting that comparison with Half-Life. Burn of Paradise, fuck all y'all. Oh, I was gonna say with GTA 3, right? One thing that I find really compelling about that game is that they don't draw the fucking line on your map to your next objective. That's such an underrated thing. I think that actually matters. I think, and Burn of Paradise reminds me of that as well. Like, it's real routing. I think, like, it's not perfect. It's not I think the AI is, like, kind of hokey and, like, it's not that challenging, right? Overall. But goddammit, the drifts in this game feel so fucking delicious. And I do like the open-ended nature of it. I think that is compelling. I think not a lot of games have tapped into that at all. And I think Burn of Paradise does it good enough that I'm into it. So, Burnout episode on Beach Gen, I think that's a good idea. I think the audio tape stuff is obviously a good idea. That's just way too easy to abuse. I think, yeah, the thing is, like, also, I think you just need to, the fact that it's tapes that you find and then you play them, to me, that doesn't work. Because then it can't really gel with whatever else is happening on the screen, right? Because the player might pop the tape at any time. And, like, it could be super inconvenient and, like, it could just ruin the vibe and the atmosphere and shit, yeah. I feel like, it would have to be more like Metal Gear Solid or something. Metal Gear Solid 5 specifically, I was thinking. Sort of did it well, where it felt like, okay, the chatter in your ear was very tightly balanced around where you go. And then when you're just dicking around in the open world, you can, like, listen to all the backlog of tapes that you've accumulated. I feel like in that game, I liked it the best. Oh, the physical map for PS2. Yeah, Kevin, that's so sick. Wait, isn't it like... I mean... Raph, isn't it like you pick up the tape, and then you can press select to play it? Isn't that how it works? Yeah, so what did I say that's wrong? Like that's the thing, like, I might be in the middle of an enemy encounter or something. Well, like, that's what I mean, like, I might hit it, and then 2 seconds later I run into an enemy, and that ruins the vibe, you know? Yeah, I think Bogog that is a very fair take. It is all the classic games he's always like talking about. The thing is that you do need a lot of the classic, the boomer bait. You know, you gotta have it to some extent. So, you know, games that people say are good, sometimes they're just good. RE4 is just good, yeah. It's properly rated. Yeah, I think so, yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't see the can't. Yeah, you can. You can. And that's the thing, if you, like, you ignore the prompt or something, and then you listen to it later, like, that might ruin the vibe as well. Yeah. Far Cry 2, I haven't played it at all, to be honest. I played, like, the intro of it, and I thought this seems cool. I think I want to be a Far Cry 2 guy. I want to be a Far Cry 2 liker. Is Range redundant by Stalker? I was thinking Stalker and, like, maybe a Rain World even. Rain World is not on the list. Stalker is not on the list. So I feel just based on that, I should give it a thumbs down. I'll play it eventually. Oh yeah, no Mario 64. Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. I don't know. I think Far Cry 2, like, it seems very personal to Mark. So, very specific, like a game he just loves a lot. So I kind of respect it on that level. I respect that more than a lot of the other picks. So I kind of want to give it the thumbs up. You know what? Fuck it. I'll do it. Fuck it. I'll do it. Left 4 Dead seems like way too influential not to consider it. I've barely played it, but Spelunky Classic, I would give that a thumbs up. Fuck it. I've barely played Classic, but like, you know, it's like, you know, it's like representative of Spelunky in general. Spelunky is just a great game. Like, I think Spelunky is like really good example. People, so you tell people that, oh, Spelunky is like kind of like an imsim, and they're gonna think you're fucking crazy. I feel like, the reactivity of Spelunky is very obvious on the surface, right? But it's so natural and so easily understood that like you don't even think about it, you know? That's kind of interesting to me about that game. Most roguelikes are imsims. So yeah, imsims are roguelikes. Dude, he just, when does he have an off button? Cause you can pick up barrels, so true. Dead Space, nah. His justification for it was like the UI, and like it's cool, I guess, but like, come on. I do think UI is important. I do think UX is important. UX. But I don't even feel like, I mean, yeah, Dead Space figured out like diegetic ways to implement, but like I don't even think it's like what's a game with like like I'm thinking games that like that don't have any unnecessary friction, right? Like that are really smart about how they cut down the craft. Yeah. I don't think Dead Space is one of those. I can't think of an example from what I mean right now, but like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, games that solve like really common fucking problems that are like low-hanging fruit annoyances. Eco could be a good example, yeah. Dead Space and Nemesis, you're so right. Can't stand Dead Space. You gave that shit a 3 out of 5. See, Bakhog, you're right. It is like very important, but like that doesn't necessarily mean it's interesting or worth looking at. I think Another World, yeah, that's a good one. See, Bakhog, that's like, I think it's been like a talking point in our group that like a lot of us really like Sifu, and you're just not a fan. You know what? I'm gonna let you rock. I'm not. Oh wait, did I give it a thumbs up? That's crazy. I didn't want that. Fuck that game. You know what? I'll let you rock. I'm not gonna debate you. Half-Life 1 solves low-hanging fruit. Yeah. Half-Life 1 is a very elegant game. Res. Out of the Arkham formula. Yeah. Plants vs. Zombies. So Mark's justification for this one was like, it's basically like an RTS, but like really easy to understand. I don't know. I feel like I think StarCraft is not on this fucking list. I think StarCraft is not on the list. So why the fuck are you playing? No. Nah. It was Sekiro meets Arkham, but actually, yeah. It's Arkham with hitboxes. I just think so I know the magnetism in Sifu is like annoying, is like very caustic to a lot of people. I feel like it's not that extreme. I don't think it's extreme enough that I would, personally, I never compare it to Arkham. I can see why people do it, but it didn't really strike me that way. Fruit Ninja, I don't know. I mean, Fruit Ninja is fun, but I don't think it's doing well. I guess for mobile gaming, it is sorta. I think the simplicity of it is sort of admirable in mobile design. Yeah. Never heard of Fruit Ninja, that's crazy. Was many people's first arcade game, yeah. It's a fun game. But I feel like there's just, I mean, the fact that it's specific to that control scheme is like cool. Yeah, you swipe over the touch screen to like slice fruit. That's the game. And like it feels very good. It was like a selling point for the iPhone back in the day to me. I remember like seeing that shit on phones and like playing it, and I was like, this is so cool. You know what? That's so funny that I'm about to give Fruit Ninja the thumbs up. Game with a lot of juice, yes. Literally, no pun intended. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Let's give it a thumbs up. Let's give it a thumbs up. Amnesia, nah, I don't see it. Now, if it was the bunker though, if it were Amnesia the bunker, that's a game. New Vegas. See, to me, it's like, it's cool that I haven't played it enough. I need to play it, like, especially, like, now, recently. But the fact that it's, like, CRPG and this, like, very reactive 3D real-time world. Like, so, people have talked about the thing where, like, ooh, you can kill literally anybody, and then, if they were important to the quest, they will have just shit on their person that will help you solve the quest, right? So that the quest doesn't break. That's a little hokey, but you know what? The fact that they thought that far, to me, is really cool. I respect that. So I think that is unique about this game, kind of. You might think, I mean, I haven't played it enough. Like, maybe there's issues with the writing or whatever, but I feel like that level of consistency and that how organic it is in that way, that still really draws people to this game. No run but New Vegas. Okay, Civ 5, I cannot speak on this at all. Raph says thumbs up. I trust Raph most of the time. Okay, Dark Souls is interesting because, like, I feel like you should have put Demon Souls instead. You know? Because that was the first, literally. And with a lot of these games, he did put Demon Souls for. He did put the first game as representative of, like, the whole idea or whatever, right? Yeah, I mean, that's true. But, like, it's not about the. I mean, the list is not the most important games. The list is 100 games that, like, will teach you, or that taught me game design. You know? I do feel like, you know what, even on that level, I do feel like maybe Dark Souls is the better pick. Because, like, I do think it crystallizes the idea a little bit better. Yeah. Yeah. Civ is too confusing. John, I love you. I feel like in Dark Souls will make you get the idea a little bit better, I feel like. Estus is great. Yeah. To me, the fact that, like, ooh, it's one organic world and, like, I find shit in the world. Like, Demon Souls obviously has the whole draw of, oh, I can pick the order in which I do things, right? And it's a little more rich in that regard. But I do think, I mean, for me at least, when I played these games, I did play Demon Souls first, right? But I feel like I understood the whole fucking idea of these games better with Dark Souls. So, you know what? It's a W. Minecraft. Fuck it, let's give it a W. This Minecraft. Not much to say about it. Good game. Space Chem. I've barely played it. I know for some people, this is still their favorite Zachtronics game. Okay, Raph says hell yeah, so yeah, I respect it. I like the whole problem solving thing, even though I've barely played them. Oh, I need a Coke, dude. I'm getting lightheaded. I'm really hard. Yeah, I think the argument is that the later games are a little more polished, but they're not as complex as Space Cam. I like Infinite Factory more. I think, I mean, I was told Opus Magnum, for example, that's a great one to start with. But I think generally, I mean, the idea still sort of stands, so. Yeah. I need to hop on, dude. I need to hop on. I feel like, well, okay, we'll get to it. I had a little funny idea. Skyrim, I mean, fucking New Vegas is already on the list. I feel like, does Skyrim do anything that New Vegas doesn't do better? Other than like, ooh, maybe the vibes are more your shit, but like, I don't really see it. And like Breath of the Wild is also on this list, so more porn mods. Yeah, dude, who wants to see porn in that fucking engine? I'm sorry, like it's so fucking gross looking. Journey, good game. Fuck all y'all. I think GK left. GK, he hates this game. Yeah, I think Journey's great. To me, I think it's another example of like, obviously we have this trend of walking simulators, right? And I think Journey shows how to do that in the, again, not verbose, really simple, really elegant way that's like very intrinsically fun. It's fun to slide down the sand. It's fun to jump around. I feel like it's a game that really goes hard in that, while also remembering that it's a game, right? And that it's fine to be fun in that like really simple like surface level way. Good game. Mark of the Ninja, I was not that impressed with it when I played through it, sort of close to release. But everybody tells me it's like insane gas. Oh yeah, he mentioned he name dropped Shadow of the Colossus. I think he just didn't want to blow up the list. But then also, I mean, he did have multiple of like some franchises. Hard mode is great. Okay. I do like Shadow more. I'll give Mark of the Ninja the thumbs up. Fuck it. I'll just trust Raph on this one. Walking Dead, nah. I don't respect this type of design at all. I don't respect this like fakey, I'm gonna trick the player. Ooh, this doesn't seem fun. I think the game actually is like pretty well written, well presented. Like I did really like Lee as a character and like Clementine and their whole relationship. No, it's not. Yeah. I think the voice acting is great. Like all that shit is awesome, but like I hate the whole Telltale style. Like it's not nah. See, Virtue's Last Reward. Okay, we had some questions about this. I do think it's a little strange to recommend this game before 999. But at the same time, I do get it. Should have been Zero Time to Lie. Yeah. I feel like Virtue's Last Reward, structurally, it is the most interesting game. To me, the idea that, like, I get one password or something in one part of the story, and then I have to remember, like, where else to take that shit. That is so fucking insanely mind-blowing. Like, it's, when you actually break it down, it's more simple than it seems at first, right? But holy shit, dude. It's so cool, and not enough games do that. Like, it's literally, I mean, Ochikoshi has, like, or I think Ochikoshi is how you say it. He has his own little subgenre, you know, of, like, ooh, crazy VNs. Yeah, there are, like, 3 VNs that did the same. But aren't they all fucking, you know, from that director? Like... Like, say a game that's not from Ochikoshi that's like, that does this thing. It is all him, right? Oh. God, fuck you. Oh my god. Dude, the thing is, I'm officially a Tsukihime liker now. So I can't, well, maybe that gives me more license to, like, ironically hate on it. I'm sort of skeptical it does it better than VLR. I'm sort of skeptical, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like you're just saying that shit for brownie points right now. You know, and dude, the thing is, clearly, obviously, in the context of this list, it is the most accessible. It makes the most sense to recommend, right? It's more complex, so it's better. I'm really good at games. Shut up. Fuck it. XCOM? I don't know. Dude, literally, I mean, he cited in the video that the lead designer of this game was like, yeah, the hit chance thing was a mistake. So, and like, okay, I was gonna drop this with like Into the Breach. It's kind of shaky. Yeah. The thing is, I mean, I remember playing the demo and thinking, yo, this is awesome. This feels cool. But then I didn't actually want to play the whole thing. Yeah. And everybody tells me, yeah, retrospectively, like, I think this was a game that hooked a lot of people because it's like so immediate. There's something so satisfying about it. But when you actually get down to it, it has a lot of flaws. I want to say fucking Advance Wars probably. It's just more. I mean, it's also turn-based strategy, and that's just way more to my taste. Well, I think the hit chance, like, yeah, I don't think it's invalid as a mechanic, but like I haven't played a version of it that I really liked. The Gears infusion. Wait, was there like a Gears crossover or something, or wait, what happened? I forget. Was more interesting. Yeah, this is a weird pick. Oh, make him feel like a third. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's what I was trying to get at. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Okay, Spec Ops. I feel like Spec Ops deserves the thumbs up just because, like, we don't shut the fuck up about it. Like, there's still people talking about it to this day. Constantly. So, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna give it to you. I think I can't decide how I feel about this game. Spec Ops. I don't know how the fuck I feel about this game. I think I need to replay it. There's a lot of things that are sort of cool and well considered and like well executed, I think. But a bunch of other shit that I just don't know how to. Better and worse, yeah. I feel like I think I generally have a problem with games that are like, ooh, I'm so much smarter than the player. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I'll just give it a thumbs up because like it is a very unique game. Okay. Space Team, that shit sounded kind of cool. I've never played it though. It was like, it's a game where you build rockets and they're like insanely physically accurate. Yeah, see, honestly, John, that like, I feel like that little tiny touch, that would change the whole read of the game, honestly. I was kind of sold on what Mark said about Space Team, so you know what, fuck it, I'll give it a thumbs up. Dishonored, I think it is sort of cool in the sense that like, ooh, like you have targets like running around like a pretty complex level, and there's like sort of scripted ways to kill them, but then also sort of imsimi ways to kill them. Like, I think that's a really cool mix. I haven't played it since release though, and I never played 2. If we're just looking at this as representative of like Dishonored 2 as well, then I think it's like probably fine, right? Dishonored as a CAG is funny. Into the goofy ass expressive style, yeah. That's the thing, a lot of people do play it like insanely aggressively, and that is kind of cool. I do, yeah, and like, I feel like it's funny because like Deathloop was trying to be that as well, kind of. But it ironically feels like Dishonored kind of did it better already. Ironically, Deathloop feels more like the lame stealth game in practice. Yeah, exactly. The thing is, there was still cool synergies in Deathloop. I remember I had some really cool kills, but yeah. Yeah. Deathloop is so weird. There's just so much shit that feels like really great ideas and it just didn't pan out. I need to replay this. Stanley Parable, I cannot stand this game. I find it so fucking annoying. It's like way worse version of the thing I just said with Spec Ops. I need to play Moon Crash. Dude, the thing is, okay, the guy who made it, he later made this game called The Beginner's Guide. I like that game a lot. I'm like kind of shocked. That game was, to me, way better, way more meaningful. Stanley Parable is just a super fucking, like, up its own ass, not that clever game. The exact type of insanely annoying shit I don't like in the medium. I'm glad y'all seem to agree. Brothers for the Lebanese rap, yeah. That's some collusion, but I have to give it a thumbs up. I never actually played it that much. The things I know the thing that happens in the end. And I guess to me it's like, well, if the game really hinges on like this little like gimmick at the end, it's like, oh, but you know what? It is very creative. Like, it is a very creative way to approach this type of idea. Okay, I should give it a shot. For my boy, Yosef Faris. Easy 6 out of 10. For real. The thing is, he makes the same point in this list 5 times that like, ooh, games can use really manipulative ways to fucking, to fucking keep you hooked. That's kind of interesting. I made this argument with Diablo 2 already. Literally every game is like this now. You don't need to play another one to like, well, I guess Matthew Matosis, he made the argument that like, seeing that something as dumb as Cookie Clicker can still be addictive, that maybe that snaps you out of it, you know? So maybe on that level I could sort of see it, but that's not how Mark was like presenting it, because he's a fence sitter, you know? So Bakhog, I should explain, like, I got the sense that Mark, he himself doesn't appreciate stuff like Cookie Clicker, actually. But he finds it interesting, right? And he didn't want to prescriptively say this is bad. But I do feel like it is one of those games, like, where I would need to make it very explicit that this is not good. I would not repeat this, you know? Yes, Hot Pocket, yes, that is so fucking it. Oh my god, that's so annoying. Literally no principles. Fuck it. You know what, I'll give it a thumbs down, fuck it. I wanted to sort of entertain it, but like, okay, Gone Home is weird, because when I played it, it did work for me. I did actually kind of dig it. I think that game really shows like the value of pacing, you know? Just pacing discoveries, pacing reveals a little bit. Making the process feel interactive. I think it does that pretty well. What Remains of Edith Finch I have not played. That's what Bioshock was trying to be. Drop game if and go back to a regular job, yeah. The fact that those games work is like it's so insane. I just feel like Gone Home, the fact that like it's so tactile kind of makes it unique. IMO. Like that I'm actually physically interacting with the doors and all that shit. To me, that's cool. Literally, the devs have said that's how we started making it. Like, we started prototyping the doors. We hadn't even come up with the story yet. That makes me really respect it. Yeah. Bakhog, I keep saying this, but like, games are my medium of choice, and yet I feel like they're so not respectable. They're a very not respectable medium. I'll give it a thumbs up. Papers, Please, easy thumbs up. Very easy thumbs up. Papers, Please as like a holistic work is so fucking impressive. I had a really inflammatory tweet. I didn't post it because it's like a little too in poor taste. I was saying like, yeah, games have only gotten less respectable since Roger Ebert died. Yeah, SteamWorld Dig, Mark also, it's another game where he's like, ooh, like it has this very addictive loop and stuff. And it's he sort of couches it by saying like, you know, this type of design can be very dangerous in the wrong hands, but in this game it's like, ooh, it still works. I don't know. I feel like, I just feel like these games hook you with something that is ultimately really shallow, you know? And that's why I don't really respect that about it. Their natural state, they came from gambling to gambling. Oh no. Oh. Just putting it like that is like, it does not feel good. SteamWorld's good. The thing is, I really liked it when I played it. But I feel like that was a different person. Alien Isolation is ass. How do y'all feel about Alien Isolation? That game really intrigues me. I do want to play that eventually. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna give this thumbs down. I don't care for it. Too long. Yeah, that seems to be the common take. Oh, hey, Rain World. Yeah. So is the bunker just better? I've heard a lot of people say, yeah, Amnesia the Bunker is just that game but better. And like, I've already played the bunker and I love it, so. No, okay. Did mix the alien with humans enough? Yeah. So I was like, too bad. When I see you stand by sexy, right? I believe you see two bad bitches. I believe you don't like women. That's real competition. You might pop ass with them. That's speaking percentage. Yeah, I need to play it. You know what? I respect sort of shilling this game when it's like it's a very polarizing game. I don't know, actually. The thing is, like, yeah, if it's about this like very central idea of like, ooh, stalker and like, ooh, it chases you and like it's AI based and all that shit, I feel like the bunker gets you into that a little faster. But Alien Isolation, it is a very iconic game, you know? It's like, it's very known for this. Yeah, and you know what? Fuck it, I'll give it a thumbs up. Okay, Mario Kart 8 is funny because he specifically picked it for the blue shell. Blue shell is fucking stupid. Like, I feel like even if you're making a super casual game, I remember discussing this in like, back in gamer school, that like, for the type of game it is, the blue shell kind of works, because like, well, it means like everybody has constant action, you know? Also, that is true, yeah. The thing is, so I never got good at dodging at raw. I never got good at that shit. That seems like really impossible to me. I know it is possible. So Bakhog, intuitively I want to agree with you, but like, I mean, Raph clearly has something to say about it. To me, it's like, it's real. I think ultimately it's just more interesting to just compete on time, you know? Just treat it as an arcade game. I feel like if you have both players on the same track at the same time, it's pretty hard to make that like super interesting. To make it this, so much of it you're not really interacting, you know? Yeah, create uncontested competition very quickly. Yeah, I think Mario Kart 8 is cool, but like I don't think it belongs on this kind of list. Real life F1 or NASCAR, dude, I don't watch that shit. That shit's for nerds. Our intent to shrink the gap, yeah. I feel like, I don't know. I mean, the blue shell, I'm not really a fan of. That's the reason he put it in there. And then, in general, I feel like it's a good game, but nothing super exemplary. Other than like, ooh, Nintendo polish, right? That's literally the most special thing about it, the Nintendo polish. It is, yeah. I mean, it is cool. But you can outspeed it naturally on 200cc. Yeah. That has me really conflicted. But like, is it... I just don't think that's gonna be the takeaway from most people. Like, ooh, that's the thing they're thinking about. Ooh, like, ooh, you can outspeed the blue shell. I think the average person's gonna be like, the fucking blue shell, I don't know. Yep. I mean, Raph is fighting really hard for it. Shogun DX, what up? So true. I'll give it a thumbs down, fuck it. Like, no Wipeout, no Crash Team Racing. There was Burnout Paradise. That's the other one I remember. I feel like generally it's a light on racing games, though. Okay, 80 Days, I don't fucking remember what this is. Wait, let me... Dude, I need to clean up my audio capture setup. This is fucking crazy. Okay. Let me see what the fuck he said about 80 Days. Because it was a nice OC. It saves most RPGs. Oh, okay. 80 Days.
Potent bits from Diablo.
Where the fuck is that? Her story? Wait, so...
Courage to play the whole
There you go.
again, this time taking different background ever since through games like Photopia, Depression Quest, and my pick of the bunch, 80 Days.
Oh wait, I need to go back further.
You to interact, and Zork started Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on Switch. Adventure games started with text. Games like Colossal Cave Adventure and Zork described the game world with words and invited you to interact through a text parser. Eventually, technology allowed for graphics and mouse input, leading to point-and-click adventures. But the text adventure, it never went away. It morphed into interactive fiction and has been quietly ticking along in the background ever since through games like Photopia, Depression Quest, and my pick of the bunch, 80 Days.
So, I have played Depression Quest, and I think that type of shit, it's like sort of compelling. I'm not gonna lie, I was sort of hooked by it. I think I get easily hooked by those types of games. Even though they're not, like, I wouldn't call them, like, exemplary game design. That's really hard to, like, articulate.
Of Jules Verne's novel, where you make your way around the world by various methods of transport. More than anything, this game really shows the power of using text as your primary technology. Because, here's the truth, text is cheap. It takes just a single paragraph to introduce a player to
Might not be the best way to go about it.
or a new character. Things that in other games would require 3D models, textures, artificial intelligence, and voice acting. And so 80 Days is a big game. Inkle's co-founder John Ingold says on one complete playthrough, you see perhaps 3% of the text.
I remember that quote.
And so
That's
you're
kind of cool.
encouraged to play the whole thing again, this time taking different routes and making different decisions. Some of the games on this list feature branching paths and choices that ripple out into the narrative, but they pale in comparison to what Inkle can achieve through text. 80 Days is available on Steam and Switch.
I think the more minimalist those games go, the more they work in a weird way because it's much easier to read it as a weird player dev dialogue. Yeah, maybe I'll give it the thumbs up. Wait, where the fuck are we? Music back on. Thumbs up please, and thank you. Yeah, fuck it, you know what, fuck it. It's such a random game. Respect for that. I'm not gonna lie, I think Mark Brown did pretty well on this one. That's the conclusion I'm about to come to. Her story, IMO, thumbs up. I think very compelling concept. I mean, kind of hokey story, right? But to me, that doesn't matter, right? I think it's such a clever way to use mechanics. And it's funny that they never managed to replicate that shit. From what I heard, like, I know everybody. What the fuck is the guy's name? Zach Barlow? All the subsequent games I heard are like kind of mid. This is a good excuse. Sam Barlow, thank you. Oh, you know what? The newest one? Actually, I heard some positive buzz about that. Yeah. Phantom Pain. Bam. Great game. Great game. I always go back. I always say this. I always cite this. This one fucking mission in Phantom Pain really early on, where like, it's all these fucking tanks you have to take out, and it's like this huge map. To me, that vindicates the whole game. Like, to me, that's the whole concept at its best in a nutshell. The game doesn't always reach those heights. Yes, it has its problems, blah, 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 but like, it's fucking awesome. It's very unique still to this day, I feel. Undertale. I'm personally Silent Guitar. Not really. No. It's pretty different. IMO. Like Silent Guitar is much more linear. So Undertale is a game that personally I'm very cold on, but like I do respect it. I do respect, like, to me, the fact that the game is so staunchly, like, about pacifism and, like, being kind to other people. I think that's so important. And, like, I feel like I don't know, that automatically makes it way more respectable in so many fucking games, right? And like it approaches that issue in a way that is genuinely creative. I just feel like it's another game. It feels just a little preachy, a little condescending, you know? Like especially the way it's scripted, the fact that you can't do the what the fuck is not the opposite of the genocide route, the one that's peaceful. The fact that you can't do it on fresh save to me is like, it kind of spells out what I mean, right? It is just a little, it doesn't trust you at all, right? To make your own decisions and to make up your own mind. And it's just a little, ooh, I'm so much smarter than you, you know? So that's something I have kind of an issue with. It's a lecture on how to make a meme game. Dude, Hotland is like the most annoying fucking part of any game. You know, I feel like I just have to give it the thumbs up. Fuck it, I have to do it. Like, I have to do it. As much as I'm like, eh. Downwell is cool. Not the best game of the style for sure, but like it's really clean, elegant game. I feel like if you handed a Zoomer any arcade game, this is the one they would actually stick with. I think this is like the most easily understandable arcade game of all time. Like, not just understand how to play it, but like understand why it's good. What ROM hack is like driving you insane? Hot Pocket. Do y'all see the fucking SM64 builder, by the way? Holy shit, that's so sick. 74. His justification was like, yeah, Yakuza in general, and Zero is just a really solid one, you know, it's a really easy one to jump into. I would have respected Shenmue more as a pick. I feel like Yakuza's... I don't like the artificiality of Yakuza's world. Especially the new Yakuza's. I feel like Yakuza 1 or 2, I would have respected more as well. Like, doesn't teach anyone anything. Yeah, like I think they're fun games, but they're just so hokey and gamey and artificial and like not very deep at the same time. So I'm nah. Wait, so Space Test was the one where you built the rockets? What the fuck is this one? Kerbal Space. What? I forget. You know what? Fuck it. I don't know what I'm talking about, so I'll just give it a thumbs up. Won't replace Blender for arbitrary geometry. Yeah, but really cool. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. What the fuck was the other game? Oh my god, I'm so cooked. Mario Maker, thumbs up. That's an IMSIM. I didn't say that, by the way. Celia said that. You know what? That seemed also cool. The iPhone thing. Yeah, that seemed cool. So Celia said it's an IMSIM. I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't think it's that reactive. Yeah. I think, but the thing Mario Maker like is very cool, clean game, especially the first one with the gamepad. I think that's the utility of the shell for sure. The gamepad just makes it such a complete package. It's like, ooh, I can like play on my little gamepad and then play on the TV, and then like it makes it like such a collaborative thing as well. Like it's a really good social game. Just such a nice little game. And I feel like 2 just doesn't. It never hit the same. Okay, this game kind of stings. I mean, his reasoning was like, ooh, it's so aggressive and stuff, blah, blah, blah. But like, I feel like if you investigate the mechanics, even just a little bit more, it's like, it doesn't hold up. And I would not respect it more if it was Eternal. I would feel equally unenthusiastic about it. Like, yeah, Hot Pocket, like what you're saying is like, for example, if you try to think, ooh, the health mechanic, the glory kills, that's such a good idea, blah, 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 but like it doesn't actually work, you know? It doesn't actually make sense in the way it's implemented. Give the man Ninja Gaiden 2. Yeah, Ninja Gaiden 2 is what he like. Ninja Gaiden 2 is not on his list, so that's instant thumbs down. Victoria Peak. Okay. Persona 5. Number 15. Damn, okay. I feel like as a presentation thing, and like, I mean, I think what makes the Persona games unique is that the duality of them, right? I think that's still very compelling, even if overall they're not very deep games and they're pretty flawed games. I don't know. I feel like 4 is also better. I feel like there's just so much low-hanging fruit shit with Persona 5. Well, okay, let me clarify. I think 4, to me, in the moment, it had better pacing. 5 is just so obnoxious in terms of its pacing. Oh my god. Holy shit, dude. That's crazy. It's fucked up. But I do really like the way it looks. Damn. It's like such a mid-off. It's like, you know what? I think Persona is an extremely fucking flawed series. Well, the modern games, right? Extremely flawed series, but clearly unique, right? Clearly it stood out in the current landscape. Clearly it touched on something that a lot of people are really into. That it made people get a lot of those design tropes more than they ever had. And I think 5 is like, it's just such an easy one to recommend, you know? I feel like, you know what, fuck it. I'll give it a thumbs up. Fuck it. I'll give it to him. Hitman, I'm personally not like a Hitman guy. I think I need to get more into it. How good the hypothetical game in your head is. Yeah. That's so true. Overcooked is cool, but honestly, I get so bored of it after a while. No, it's not, dude. It's not an sim. What the fuck are you talking about? The thing is, I think it's a great idea for a game, but like, I don't know. I just get really bored of it after a while. What the fuck are you talking about? How is it an sim? Yeah. No, I have played co-op, and like, yeah, it is cool. I guess to me, it's like the fact that I'm doing like a rigid set of actions to me is like, that's fine. As like a social experience, if everybody's super in it and it like gets hard, I guess that's cool. That doesn't mean it's an imsim. Did he just be saying shit? Oh, you know what? Yeah, 2 I haven't played that much. I mostly play 1. You know what? Okay, you know what? Okay, I can give it like as a representative pick for the respect, you know, fuck it. Fuck it, we'll do it. Okay. Fury is cool, I guess. It's fine. This is a fun little game. I feel like you kind of, if you're looking at like action games and shit, it's one where Perry Simon says, yeah. I was gonna say you're gonna learn the wrong lessons from it. It's the reason it's cool is not really any of the mechanic stuff. It's more like, yeah, the power of good OC. It is. That's the thing. To me, it's more than the sum of its parts. It comes together. Like the variety is what makes it. The fact that it's constantly moving between like phases and shit. Yeah. It's very engaging in that way, and not like in a cheap way, you know? It's like, it's simple, but it's not cheap. You know, maybe it is a good one. Maybe it is a good pick. People's first bullet. It's like literally my first bullet, probably. There has not been any. Oh, actually, Phantom Pain. See, it's funny because like I was gonna say no, because I disassociate Phantom Pain from the rest of its series. It's like too good. Like those other games don't deserve to be named with Phantom Pain. Nah, they're good games. I'm just playing. You know what? I think Fury if you're like brained on like mobile games and shit, and like ooh narrative games, ooh linear, ooh Sony games, blah blah blah. I feel like this game could be very refreshing. You know, it could like, even if you're like if you're pilled on like From Software games, right? Like I feel like this game might be a nice change of pace, because like I feel like if you like something like Sekiro, you would probably dig this. It would probably be relatively easy to jump into, and it would still give you, it would expose you to a lot of mechanical things that like you were not used to, you know? I feel like on that level it's cool. We hate on Fury, but it's mostly for people citing it as a gold standard, even if against us in this. Yeah. Yeah, there was no alien soldier, so damn. Ys Origin. I want to play Ys Origin. That seems like the best one. Breath of the Wild. I don't care. Fuck all y'all. I don't care. I'm not here to debate about it. We're not even gonna talk about it. Fuck all y'all. I don't care. Fortnite, to me, so the reason he cited it is because they're constantly updating it. That's what's unique about it. An amazing shooter. I mean, the building shit is like literally very complex. There's a lot of like clearly very complex things about it. To me, I'm just not a fan of the fact that like that is this unfucking sustainable content treadmill. Dude, the fact that people cope for Flagana is like insane. That's not a good game. To me, it's clearly that is the most defining thing of Fortnite. That it's the everything game that's constantly updated, right? And to me, I don't know. I don't want to celebrate that. And like, I mean, there are so many shooters that are not on this list. So to me, that seems like a very weird one to include. So I'm gonna give it a thumbs down. Even if the game itself is actually good. Well, but that's the thing. StarCraft and CS:GO are not fucking on it. Felghana, to me, the big thing about it is that it's just so, there's so much fucking filler shit in it. Like actually 80% of the fights you do feel like filler. You just stun lock the shit out of every like it's these mob rooms that are totally meaningless and you just stun lock the shit out of them. Do you need to unlock the boss rush? I don't know. You don't actually play the game, just the bosses. The bosses are like fine. The bosses are not like, my thing with Felghana was like I could have vibed with it. At least not on PC. Okay, maybe I should do that at least. I could have vibed with it if it were just the bosses. The bosses to me are like not mind-blowing or anything, but they're like fun enough. Dude, what was my fucking review for Felghana? Ugh. I said something about the boss design. I was saying some shit. There you go. Great game if you think you like shmups but won't try anything that doesn't have stats. Bosses dictate the pace of their fights and have odd punish windows. The first Chester encounter, for example, has multiple visually identical instances where he'll idle a bit after completing his attack. Yet the only one that's actually safe to punish is following one of his big white aura moves. Not respecting this will regularly get you owned and doesn't exactly make for an exciting dynamic. That's the thing, it's consistent, it feels like trial and error in a way, it's whatever. This is probably the game's most abrasive quality, but one I could have looked past rather easily were it not for the abundance of filler mob corridors you have to trudge through. Yeah. I think that's a fine take. I'm not saying the bosses are shit. I'm not saying, like, yeah, I'm saying the bosses are fine. Like, not like the worst thing ever. Nothing super special. He can be punished so consistently and reliable that you can AI. Well, okay. I'm sorry I didn't watch the speedrun. Okay, I'm sorry. Raph, defend me. Raph, back me up. But that's the thing, though. Like, well, I said it's like, I say it's mid for that reason, and you're like, no, it's actually good, except it's like mid for that other reason. You know, like, what is this fucking, like, what are we doing here? Oops, wait, I shouldn't show you this. Okay. Getting Over It seems pretty cool. I've never played it, but good game. Out hipstering you. Celia gave that like a 10, so you know what? I trust her. Sure, I was about to say this. It's sure fun to think about, but I feel like it doesn't actually result in anything fucking meaningful. Even if you're looking at it as like, ooh, storytelling. Blah, blah, blah. I never had a story that was that cool. Like, I feel like it's just so much more repetitive and like basic and simplistic than you're led to believe, you know? For Mordor, I haven't played War. Oh, okay. What about War? What's the issue with War? I do think, I mean, maybe I should give it the thumbs up because it's, well, here's the thing, right? It's a unique thing. It's a unique mechanic that's like very singular in gaming. But you know what? It's singular because they fucking patented it. So there's no point playing it. Hyper-aggressive enemies mostly results in crazy annoying RPG weakness rotations, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'll give it a thumbs down. I don't care. Among Us is cool. Fuck it. Thumbs up. I've never played it, but it seems fun. Like, as like a social game, it seems cool. Celeste, good game. I don't super care for it personally, but I do think it's a good example of a lot of things. We're almost done. Fucking... Should I run the ad right now? I have a 3-minute ad coming up. Fuck it, let's do it right now. If you don't want to see that, consider subscribing or installing fucking AdBlock. Okay, go. Bam. What the fuck is RimWorld? Let me look at the video while the ad is running. Oh man, assist mode. Guys, assist mode, now that's some discourse potential.
Solution, just tell the player what the game is about and why these features exist. Funnily enough, most players get it and don't need to turn on assist mode.
Okay, Mark. Consider this. What if I don't want to? I don't want to do it. I don't want to put it in my game. So what are you gonna do about it, huh? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Unless they really need it. Celeste is available on every platform. RimWorld is a story generator. I mean, it's also a survival game about trying to manage a colony of people, but the point of the game is to generate an interesting and...
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this game is like insanely ugly.
does this
no offense.
Loads of different systems.
Well, like, holy shit.
Up next to each other and create interesting and unexpected effects. The usual sort of emergent storytelling we might see in highly systemic games. But the game also...
Wait, oh. I was trying to pause the video and it didn't work. See it was the thread.
Direct approach with an AI storyteller that keeps track of
Yes! Bog, yes.
Colony's current situation and then picks events based on what would be most interesting. This makes for a game full of truly unique and personal storytelling moments, making it an essential play for anyone interested in the way games can generate and curate narratives. RimWorld is on Steam, PlayStation, and Xbox. Florent.
Okay. RimWorld, I don't know. I have no hot take on it. Wait a second. Man. me give this a quick. I need to check if I like doxed myself earlier when I showed you my fucking. Okay, no, I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Literally, the craziest thing is you saw my shopping list. Okay. More interesting than Sims. But maybe I should dock it for the UI. You know what? Fuck it. I'll give it a thumbs up. I don't know. I respect it for being like, you know, a left field pick, kind of. Not that left field. Visuals don't matter. It's mechanics first. That's why you love Wonderful 101, right? This is the cost of depth. Florence, I really like this game. And it's again, like, I think it uses its unique presentation input method to really beautifully convey an idea. That's something that I personally really admire in game design. Because I think Mark even says it in this video. I don't know if it was about Florence, but like the fact that it's worth considering the hardware and the software as one cohesive whole. And I think that's valuable, especially now in an era where things are getting more and more platform agnostic, which is not a bad thing. I think in a lot of ways that is a good thing, but you know, you can uniquely leverage shit with this kind of approach. So IMO, respect. Yeah, before your eyes, that shit fucked me up. That shit fucked me up, dude. Holy fuck, man. Okay, Into the Breach. My funny take is like I would have picked Advance Wars instead. Because I feel like Advance Wars, you know what? Into the Breach, yeah, Into the Breach. I'm very certain it's the better game. I just couldn't stick with it, right? It's the deeper game, more interesting game, blah blah. Yeah, like I have no doubts about that. I guess to me, Advance Wars is like it. Yeah, I should watch that. Fuck. I think for Advance Wars, I do really like the fact that it's Raph. We've talked about this. That it's like it's a puzzle game, but like it's a problem-solving game. You solve the puzzles through mechanics, and it's clear. It clearly has an intended route, intended shit, whatever. But the process of like reaching your solution is really interesting, and the very light randomization and the fact that you're constantly expending resources and that it's like a little open-ended in that way, to me is cool. And Into the Breach has a lot of those things still, you know? You have to think, okay, like, whose health should I be using? Like, who should I put in danger right now? Who should I put away and shit? Like, it does distill that very well. So, yeah, good game. I think I would put Advance Wars on my list, I'm not gonna lie, even though it's a very hokey, flawed game. Slay the Spire, I don't know fucking anything was gonna. Everyone just says gas, so you know what, I'm gonna respect them. Okay. Disco Elysium. This one's interesting. It's a very well-written game. And Apicium. That's not how you feel about it. That's not how you feel about it. I think it's a very good game. I gave it like an 8 out of 10. To me, it's a little... It's also just doing the thing of like, yeah, it didn't actually come up with a crazy way to solve the like, narrative choices that actually matter fucking problem, right? It doesn't actually do anything super innovative in that way. To me, like, I pointed out in my review for the game that it is a really good idea. It is a really good idea to have those inner voices in your head, right? That, oh, the way you spec, that determines like which voices are the most prominent, right? The thing is, you can't tell if that shit actually matters. It's like so opaque in that way. I felt like I spec'd into a lot of shit that didn't actually matter, right? That didn't, like, there's the drama skill, for example. I think I cited that specific example, where, like, it tells you, ooh, if you spec it too hard, you're gonna be super paranoid, blah, blah, blah. And, like, I never felt that. And the game, by being so opaque and, like, mysterious, it can just get away with so much shit, and, like, it feels, again, it's the kind of thing that feels a little condescending to me, you know? Yeah, especially in the context of it being a mystery game, it does a lot of little things that are really contrived and arbitrary. It's like, that type of shit just, like, if I'm thinking game design and like, ooh, these are good things to learn from games, that kind of shit really annoys me, and that's why I would personally not pick it, probably. It's very secondary to it as a text. It feels very weird to compare to other stuff. It doesn't fake much of anything, though. Well, it's not even about faking it. It's just like that, like, it feels like it doesn't matter. Overboard. What is overboard? I mean, to me, the fact that, like, I can have, like, the crucial hints of the case, and, like, I can't follow up on it until, like, the final day, until, like, arbitrarily someone tells me about it again, is, like, okay, man. And then, again, the fact that, like, I spec'd a certain way, right? Yeah, but, like, I still, like... But I still can't... like, I know, oh, this is a likely fucking, conclusion or outcome for this case. Like, in my head, right? In the player's head. I'm like, okay, it will make sense to fucking search the specific location, but I literally can't. Right? If this was like an ImSim or something, then they would figure out a way to let me do that, right? And then it would obviously totally undermine the story, but like that's the big challenge. Hard thought, because the former require clear, repetitive, formulaic interactions to be game-like, well, the latter needs to be interesting. Yeah, exactly. So, see, to me it's like, I guess another example, right? I don't actually, see, okay. I can see the argument that, let's say you're trying to get past an obstacle in Disco Elysium, right? And, you spec a certain way, and that naturally leads you to, into like a particular route or into a particular approach of solving this issue. And then maybe you roll the dice and then it doesn't fucking work, and then that forces you to do some other thing, right? Ultimately, it's a linear story that, where the thing that you did, it doesn't play out that fucking differently, right? And like the actual plot beats don't change very much, because like how would they? Because it's a linear game where things like have to build on each other, right? What changes is like the flavor of the interaction. I get that's the point of it. But I guess for me it's like it's not that interesting, you know? I know, okay, I played a self-hating fucking communist that is like insanely physically incapable, right? I played that from the start of the game, and I played that way all the way to the end, and at no point did it really change my perception or understanding of like the events, or like it just never felt all that dynamic. Like it did, like I look back on the experience and it's like, yeah, it's like personal, right? It's like, it's the thing this is the flavor that I chose to play the game with, and it maintained that flavor throughout the whole thing. Did you not find the Disco Elysium? Wait, is that a thing? Or is that troll? I'm not gonna lie, I did crit path a little bit. That's cool. But it's like, I don't know. To me, it's just not that interesting. To me, it's like, I feel the same way with like Baldur's Gate 3. I haven't played it yet, but I feel like a lot of the praise is just, yeah, they just put a lot of shit in the game. They put a lot of little unique outcomes in the game. But it's just not something I'm personally that impressed with. It's not something that personally grabs me that much. That's the fundamental experience. Yeah. Oops. What the fuck did I do? For me, the problem is like the again, I used the word condescending, right? Like, dude, the fucking dice roll shit just annoyed me to no end for most of the game. It doesn't. What the fuck was my opinion on that? What the fuck was my actual well thought out point? Gets to sit out the IMSIM. That's the thing. I mean, Baldur's Gate 3, it has IMSIM interactions, but then it has really specific, like, clearly scripted, uniquely crafted shit, right? Yeah. To me, like, the fact that, okay, I do a roll, and like either I see an interesting thing or I don't see it. It's like, it's so stupid. Like, why is that good? Like, yeah. And it's like, I guess, you know, okay, another thing is like, I save scummed like crazy, right? Here's the thing. I understand that if I hadn't done that, it would have pushed me to spend more time in the world and like, because of, you know, the white checks, you can retry them, right? So you need to spec again and then retry the thing, blah, 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 right? To me, that feels like a condescending mechanic. That feels like you're not giving me, like, you're not giving me the ability to solve this with my skill or my intellect or whatever. Instead, you're saying, ooh, just play our game more, and then, ooh, you'll naturally stumble into the thing. Like, it's like, you think your fucking game is so important, you know? You think your little game is so important, and, like, you're not giving me the tools to, like, engage with it. I think that's what I don't like. I think that's the best I can articulate it. Like, it's, like, kind of the opposite of Deus Ex or something, right? Like, in Deus Ex, it just lets, like, yes, it's a little hokey and, like, blah, but, like, it just lets me do the thing, ultimately. Now, Raph is going to contrive a way to, like, actually, you're wrong. In Deus Ex, it's, like, it's way more limited than the Elysium, blah, 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 blah. Okay, man, I get it. To be volatile and make you fail no matter what. Is the power... That's the... Yeah... No, that was... Raph, that was a strong tech. That was a strong move there. Saying it's a power fantasy. Because, like, it's implying that, like, ooh, you just want power fantasy. Yeah, okay, I got it. You're, like, a little simplistic gamer, you know? Well, that's the thing. I feel like, to me, that is more, to me, games are more suited to that. To me, it makes more sense with the medium. Again, like, I really agree with Warren Spector's take on this. The point should be the player. The point should not be the fucking game, you know? The focus of the experience. The game shouldn't consider itself so fucking important. And that's... Again, Disco was a great game. I liked it. I had fun with it. I had a good time. I thought it was meaningful, interesting, well-written, blah, 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 blah. But on that fundamental level, I'm like, I'm just kind of cold on it. It still... Yeah, that's true. That is correct. It could not exist outside of games. That is true. It is very unique in that way. But wouldn't it be funny if I just still gave it the thumbs up? Nah, I'm gonna give it the thumbs down just to be a fucking hater. I just think the game was like really overhyped, to be honest with you. You might like Phantom more. I probably would. Well, that's the thing. I feel like a visual novel. So, two things, right? Visual novel, I wouldn't find it as annoying because it's not. Well, depends on the specific visual novel, right? But like, with the visual novel, it would be more transparent, like what my agency in the world is, right? It's more transparent what my agency in the world is. With Disco, it's like constantly flip-flopping between like, ooh, this RG, and ooh, maybe spec into the thing, ooh, whoa, if you spec into the skill, it like really matters and stuff, ooh, like, ooh, you're gonna be paranoid, ooh, and like, then you're not actually, like, I can still play the game normally, like, that's the shit that annoys me, right? With a VN, if it's like the super limited linear thing, but at least it's like consistent and honest. Like, it does things, but it's so fucking arbitrary, and because it's a novel, you know, like they have to specifically decide when it matters and when it doesn't matter, and like that doesn't mean anything to me. I can't like make choices based on that. That's what I mean, right? Like it's not like I have any fucking idea what that does long term, or what that does on a situation by situation basis. Like I can only sort of react to it when the thing or when the skill kicks in. And even then it's like, ooh, I have the specific sets of interactions that the game kind of gives me. It's like, I don't know. I find that condescending. Also, Raph, I feel like there was a misunderstanding of what it was supposed to be before. Yeah, I think that's possible that I had wrong expectations. You don't like narrative role-playing? I don't know. Well, okay. Well, no, that's not. If I role play in real life, then I still get to choose what I say, you know? If I'm picking from like a limit, it's like you give me a character biography, right? And it's like, okay, I can make I make decisions about how I play this character, right? Like I know I need to be consistent with what this character is, right? But ultimately, I'm still the one, I'm choosing the words, blah, blah, blah. Disco Elysium is a video game. I can't do that, right? And it just feels like if that's the goal, to me, that feels like a bad version of that. In the context of, you fucking asshole. Like, shut up. Playing character in games, yeah. IMO, yeah. I think that to me, it just doesn't work. Like, fucking go to theater school, dude. Go to theater class. Theater club. If you love Disco Elysium so much, is having a professional writer come with the dialogue. But like, dude, I don't want the dialogue to be good. I just want to have fun with the game. I want to be the center of the experience. You know? Like, I don't know. I understand, but I feel like those two goals clash. Like, kind of like Baha was saying earlier, right? I feel like you can't have your cake and eat it too. You have to pick one of those. The Mormon clears. Dude, I'm such an insane person, I'm sorry. I feel like Bog understands me. I feel like I've passed the like the fucking yeah. I've reached his level of insanity. So okay, you know what? Okay, Morrowind has every single dialogue option across every conversation. I feel like that's more what I want. That's closer to what I want. I feel like we're getting somewhere with this. I feel like that is kind of what I'm talking about. I have not. I've not seen it. I was saying, so the other thing I'm going back way back to what Hot Pocket asked about VNs, right? The thing is, like, if a VN was on this list, I would probably also give it a thumbs down. Because, like, to me, it's not that interesting. Like, Well, I gave Virtue's Last Reward the thumbs up, but like that's for different reasons, right? Yeah. I knew what you were gonna say. Fuck you. It's different. I had reasons for it. This is the thing. The interactivity in VR, it's very transparent. Yeah. And like it is sort of. Maybe I am an idiot. Maybe I don't have any good opinions. Maybe you shouldn't respect me at all. Maybe you shouldn't be watching this. Maybe you should click off right now, okay? Outer Wilds thumbs up. Stop liking some games. I'll click off if you play gamer. I haven't finished it, but like good game. See now y'all, I've activated the contrarian modes. Like this is over. Half of Alex seems cool. None of us can afford to play it, so I'll just give it a thumbs up. Like, yeah. Inscription seems kind of lame. I haven't played it, but nah. It's like another one of those, this game's so smart, That's the vibe I'm getting from nah. Do we even have to talk about this one? So, some of y'all were not here at the start. Mark was basically saying, it's kind of crazy that this game is so nothing, and yet it's so addictive. Is that a good thing? You should decide. And I strongly suspect he doesn't actually like this game, but he thought it was like interesting. And I've made this argument like a million times with Diablo. It's like, nah. Said it was Half-Life 2 again. Oh, that's not a good thing. But let me defend it. It's misunderstood. It's like, oh my god, shut up. Tunic is cool. I think the way it just hides shit right on your nose is like neat. I think the manual shit is really cute. Cool game. We put Zelda. I feel like I would put this over Zelda 1. Shadows of Doubt is an early access. But that game sounds really cool. It's like a procedurally generated detective game and like it's like an open world, it feels like sort of Deus Exian. Like you have all these procedurally generated characters and it's like one of them murdered somebody and you gotta fucking collect the clues to figure out who it is. Like, and you can like break into people's houses and shit to figure out clues. That sounded really cool, but like again, games in early access. I couldn't get into it because they weren't any. Dude, I'm on his shit list like officially now. Okay, guys. So what is Mark Brown's final score? Some predictions in chat. I'm not angry at you. I feel like you're angry at me. Guys, predictions 5 out of 10. Well, it's like out of 100, so yeah. Or yeah, 8 out of 10. Yeah, out of 10 is fine, yeah. 8. That's probably true. It's probably like in the probably low or high 80s. Okay, let's find out. Wait, what? No, why is it not searching the emoji? No, wait, it was working earlier when I tested it. Are you fucking kidding me? Why? Dude, I hate Apple. Oh no, why does this not work? Wait, what? What the hell? No shot. Wait, let me... Oh my god. Yeah. Just count... I'm not gonna do that. You thumped down about 11 games. That's probably accurate. But we need the exact number. This was supposed to be a scientific process. The thing is, I was like thinking, oh, I could do W for thumbs up, L for thumbs down, but then, I mean, there's a bunch of fun games that have W's and L's in them, so. Well, if the thumbs up didn't count, the thumbs down are not gonna count. Well, I guess you're saying, like, I need to count them manually, but, like, that's annoying as well. Why does that not work, dude? Apple is the worst company of all time. Yeah, okay, fuck it. We'll do it manual. We'll do it live. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I was very generous. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, y'all enjoy this. Y'all 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh shit. Oh. That's way more than I thought already. Holy shit, okay, that's way more than I thought. Wait. Mario Kart 8 was our 20, right? Yeah. 20. 21. 22. I was like pretty generous and it's still lower than I thought. 23. 24. 25. 26, 27. Damn. So he's at 73. 73 out of 100. Final score. How do I make this bigger again? How does that work? There we go. Bigger. Command. Okay. Center. There we go. He didn't pick Insulos count as a thumbs down. Oh, John, you were 2 off. That's cool. That's good. So is Mark Brown base or cringe? Always been cringe, more cringe than us. Yeah, someone sent him this. That's the thing. That was we discussed this at the start of the stream. There was this one video where he got some pushback, and then ever since he's been like, okay, you know what? I'm never gonna say my opinion on anything ever again. Which is like sad. I feel like it's made his videos linearly worse. Yeah, John, this is like that was my logic behind I gave Far Cry 2 the thumbs up, because like it felt personal to him. You know, it felt specific to him. Even if the game maybe is like flawed or whatever. Like Shadows of Doubt is like another one that, okay, that feels like you know, feels like very specific, feels like very Mark coded. But then yeah, there's just a lot of like little concessions, it feels like. Yeah. Balcog, we need to make you famous. It's time. You could do so much good for the world. Wait, let me see if I can... I want to double check. I feel like maybe Apple Notes is just stupid. Let me try this. One sec. Don't want to dox myself. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong button. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Paste. Why isn't it working? Ah. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? No! Why isn't it pasting? Okay, you know what? Just trust that I didn't make any mistakes while counting. Like, I mean, at worst, it was like maybe 1 or 2 off. Fuck it. Doesn't matter. How do y'all feel about Goro Miyazaki? That's crazy that, like, how Miyazaki, Hayao Miyazaki, his main inspiration in his life is just how much he hates his son. Okay. We did it. I mean, the next logical step would be to make my own list, right? But, I mean, we've been going for a little bit. We've been going for 4 hours, holy shit. If yours has less than 5 racing games. Burnout Paradise. Ridge Racer 5. Shit. What other racing games? I like Crash Team Racing, I guess. But, like, I don't know, dude. I mean, this is, like, ooh, important for game design type of list. Not just good games type of list. So, I don't know. I'll consult with y'all a little bit. RBR? Wait, what's that one? Richard Burns Rally? I don't know about this game anything. I don't know anything about this game. You know, all 5 genres of racers. Most iconic part of the stream to me was like how much pushback I got on the... Like, was I really that insane for the disco thing? Did y'all not understand what I'm talking about? Was that like a bit, or am I really an insane person? The Sim Dad's racing game? I half understood. Just like for the exact thing people like about it. Yeah. The thing is, I mean, maybe if you start from the perspective of, okay, Telltale games are like super fake and stuff, and it's like really annoying. Disco is like a way more, I'm not gonna say it's like that. I'm not gonna say that, right? But it does feel a more esoteric version of that, where like the game is just a little coy with how much your input actually fucking matters. And cause like it's not like I have my most developed skill. It's not like it always matters, you know? It's not like it always influences every single scene in a meaningful way. And to me, it's like then at that point it becomes hard to care about what I'm doing, cause I don't know what it's gonna do, right? That I think that's my problem. That's the best way I can articulate it. Like, I need some kind of idea what this is gonna do long term, so that I can give a shit, you know? I'm not even, I kept saying it doesn't matter. That's not literally true, right? But I think what I actually meant is like, I don't know if it matters. Okay, like, guys, the mistake is like, I didn't play the game 5 times. I didn't watch all these crazy streams and runs of other people, right? That's the problem, right? If I'd done all that, then I could judge the game accurately. Then I would know what the fuck is up, right? So true. Yeah, man. So true. I gave Tsukihime 3 stars and Disco 4 stars, okay? So I'm still like technically on the right side of history. And like, see, VLR is an example of like, yeah, okay, it's like, it is a limited visual novel, but like, I know exactly what the choices do, and they have very immediate consequences, yeah. And I feel like the way it turns that into a puzzle, to me, that's why I picked it. To me, that's why I was like, okay, that's interesting, that I give it a thumbs up. Whereas Disco is just, it's really well written, and it's like a lot of shit. And I don't find that interesting as a design thing. See, okay, I agree with you, Raph. I don't know what's wrong with me. But also, I finished it, and you didn't. So, fuck you. That's like that's the rare game. Oh, what the fuck? That's the rare Raph knowledge gap. Well, I think you told me, like, somebody basically told you the whole story. Tsukihime is so fucking bad. But it's so good. I don't know, just something about that game just pulled me in. Something about it. I need to have, like, I keep saying it, but, like, I need to have the intimate one-on-one chat with Alan. About Tsukihime. I feel like that would be such a fun idea. Yeah. Umineko, I don't know, it looks kind of bad. Not even like Tsukihime is like so funny bad, you know? Well, the thing with Umineko is like, it seems like it has a lot of merit, but also it's like 50 fucking hours of filler. It's 8 novels. Tsukihime was like literally part of the reason I could play it is like it was relatively short. It felt, I mean, the beginning is insanely boring and like I almost dropped it, but overall length is like pretty tight. Yeah. Paranormal Side, I need to play that. I feel like I would like that game a lot. Okay, guys. What's my next stream? Tomorrow. I saw Julian is having a good time with it, or had a good time with it. He finished it already, I think. That's fast. I became aware of it first when Björn played it, when he made like his little review for it. A shmup? I don't know about that one. That seems kind of sketchy to me. The outlook on that is foggy. Ugh. Oh yeah, so I still need to decide what game I put up for it. I did not reach the goal yet, no. Dark Souls 2 was like in the lead though. If Dark Souls 2 makes it, I'll play that for like a couple hours, and then maybe I'll do like an incentive where like, okay, for every 15 donated, I put in another hour. I mean, Dark Souls 2 seems like a suffer stream, you know, so I should like do the whole thing with the timer. Kingsfield 2. I played Kingsfield 4 recently, Bog, and like, God, it's like one of those games where I want to appreciate it, but it's just so fucking slow and like so not interesting for so much of it. Yeah. It's like the combat is so it's one of those games where I think the word time consuming describes it insanely accurately. It's not challenging, it's not interesting. It literally just takes up your time. Holy shit, dude. It's crazy. The Shadow Tower Abyss good. It's probably the best one of those. If I had to guess. It looks cool. And it feels cool. I played it for like 5 minutes and I was like, this feels cool. Disappears and you go normal. Played up for 5 hours of stimming. It's a little better, but not really. Oh, damn. Everything else, that's the thing, man. Actually, it seems like they have solid elements, but yeah. Sekiro, I'm ready to be a Sekiro stan. Fuck all y'all. That shit was some hot mid when it came out, but now I'm ready to be like, actually, it's a really holistic piece of art. It uses the simplicity of its systems to make an elegant point about the I need to workshop this bit a little harder. Isn't holistic, you have movement, but it doesn't matter. I'm opening up to it solely for Mono's sake. You know what, Bog? I think you're onto something. Animal Well would be a good one, because like I'm actually playing it like unironically. maybe I'll play that. I could also do like some fucking tier list stream or something. Also, I want to bring back Let's Argue. Yeah, Hot Pocket, you get it. You get it. I want to say I'm like 50% of like the like for I haven't gotten into like all the secret crazy shit at all. But like for just normal playthrough, I got 2 of the 4 major goals. I paused it when I went to LA. I haven't picked up since. Because I didn't want to pay for carry-on. So I just took like one little bag with me. And that shit had to fit everything. And I just took my 3DS instead of my Switch. Yeah, dude. I didn't even... The thing... I have my German 3DS charger. Yeah, I have my German 3DS charger. So it only works if I also bring a travel adapter, right? And I didn't want to bring the travel adapter. I was like, you know what, fuck it. I'll just play the 3DS and then I'll charge it like at Ryan's place or something. And then of course I forgot to charge it. And also I forgot my headphone cables. So it was so over. Dude. It was a struggle. I was on the suffer bus. Oh my god, tomorrow I got yoga class. And then 7 p.m. PST. I'm seeing Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind at the theater. Very excited. First time seeing it. Never seen it before. Maybe I'll throw in a stream before that. I have not. Let's go. There's like a couple other Ghibli Fest movies that I missed. Oh yeah, I should probably... I'm gonna see Furiosa on Thursday. And then maybe I'm gonna try to see I Saw the TV Glow, maybe the same day. I mean, I'll be in Seattle again on Saturday as well to hang out with Raph. Raph, should we go to the movies on Saturday after Biscuit Bitch? Ooh. I thought Furiosa was a TV show the whole time. Like either I'm gonna see it on Saturday or I'm gonna do the Furiosa double feature. That's funny. I heard some mixed opinions on it. I mean, Kojima likes it, but I don't know what that's worth. All right, guys, I'm heading the fuck out. This was a fun stream. We did some good stuff today. Maybe I'll send this to Mark. Be like, okay, you did well. I mean, 73 out of 100 is actually, it's not that great. That's fine. While we were grading it, I thought this was a layup. I thought, oh my god, he actually cooked, but nah. Okay, guys, I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna press the button. I'm gonna say goodbye now. Goodbye, everybody. Say bye. Bye bye.